creatures are here on the screen. What I will do now is I will go back to the other scenes of chapter 1 and chapter 2 to see if the dialogue will change and if other things will happen. So let's go back to chapter 1. Let's load this. Let's go back to save 1. I think yes, this is the first choice, the meeting one. We're gonna run away now to see what will happen. I think there will not be, there's not gonna be much change in the history itself. I think it'll be just one thing here or there that's not gonna happen. So I'm gonna do the meeting one right now and the video. It's a meeting, the video. Oh, here, okay. I'm just gonna do the meeting one, the video that I will search for the VHS, and then the candy, the fight, and that's it. I think everything will be the same. I think it won't change much, but let's check, right? And then they will get some achievements, so yeah, that's good. Let's go. I will run away. Lumps of snow fell from the branch, and that reminded me of the sound the soil makes when you throw it into the pit on top of a casket. I immediately felt dizzy, as if I was balancing at a precipice. I slowly backed away from my finding. I felt like the moment I touched a trap would spring, and the mouse would get caught. Someone stepped on the ice behind me close by. My inner voice whispered, "Save yourself, run." My nerves got the better of me. I ran, burying my head in my shoulders. Someone was chasing me from the darkness, breaking pine branches, closing the distance with giant leaps. The snow was slowing me down. Crazy thoughts flew through my mind. I will get caught, they will get me. I will get dragged into the thicket, I will be gone forever. But there was one more voice, probably one of reason. It gave me strength, it spurred me on. "You can do it, don't stop." I heard an animal roar behind me. It was so loud my ears went numb. I felt like the sound had come from a pack of hungry beasts rather than a single one. Their nostrils sucked in freezing air, they sensed my fear. Two giant wings flapped above my head. An enormous shadow flew over the clearing, a hoot, a whiz. The roars were coming from all directions now. From the dried up raspberry bush, from twisted pines, from under the windfall. Hurry, run, don't look back. It felt like I was inside a nightmare. The snowy clearing became vicious like quicksand. I was stuck in place. I pulled my leg from the mushy trap just to be caught in a new one, even deeper than before. I continued to drown, sinking deeper and deeper with every desperate push. Was the snow ever this sticky? I screamed in horror after realizing this wasn't snow. Someone or something in the snow pile was clutching my pants. I gathered all my strength and rushed forward. The pressure on my leg was gone, my boot slipped out of the hole, and my soles were on a hard surface again. I reached a clear path with one jump, and from there ran to my house. Its gloomy facade didn't look threatening now. That house was my line of defense from the shadows that flapped their wings and the creatures that were hiding under the snow. I tripped over the doorstep and mashed into the door. In all my hurry, I still managed to notice the claw marks, as if a dog was striking the wood with its paws, demanding to be let in so it could escape the cold. I hadn't noticed these marks when I was leaving. The heartbeat in my ears was much louder than my surroundings. I couldn't hear whether someone was following me or not. What if they were already in our front yard and Mom had locked the door? Drawing in fear, I pulled on the doorknob and it obediently gave way. I rolled into the hallway and shut the door behind me. Porch planks creaked as my pursuers ascended the stairs. My fingers slipped off the lock and I couldn't click into place. I gritted my teeth and pulled hard on the iron knob, wiping it between the boards. I stared blankly at the door. Someone was standing on the other side of the pitfall, flimsy barrier that was probably less useful than blankets. Wheezing breath reached into the house and crashed at me in waves. It smelled of pines and sweat. Mom peeked out of the kitchen and chastised me with the same frigid voice she always used when talking to
Что
Dad.
конкретно тебе не ясно в просьбе не хлопай дверьми?
Я случайно.
I snuck a glance at the door. The smell was gone and the breath was too. If there was someone in the first place, if was someone in there in the first place, of course. Here, mere 5 meters away from Mom, my fear was slowly weakening, melting like snow in spring, and with it the last bit of strength that had left my body too. My legs gave way. I propped myself up against the wall so I wouldn't fall over. Mom's expression had changed immediately. The cold mask of strictness and detachment was gone. Mom looked the same as before all those quarrels. She finally saw my condition, my wet pants plastered with snow. Something that I hadn't talked about yet, the soundtrack. It's pretty good, pretty nice. Really like when the suspense is kicking, the sound is high and the song that's playing is good, right? But now we are on this situation. Calm down, so you calm down too. It's pretty good.
Ты где был? Я тебе что говорила, а? Чтобы ты дома сидел. Я и для тебя пустое место.
I got afraid she would cry. I reached out to her like when I was very little and wanted her to cuddle me. But Mom regained her composure fast and put on her usual face. Her eyes shined like steel. Her voice rang out.
У отца сигареты пропали. Признавайся, ты их стащил? Курить бегаешь? Там за мной кто-то гнался. Я думал, меня...
I stuttered as soon as I started explaining myself. Tears welled up in my eyes. Mom leaned toward me and sniffed my clothes like a beast searching for the smell of tobacco. Then she squinted her eyes in suspicion and looked into the front yard. Her expression changed in an instant and she covered her mouth with her hand.
Гляди, вон же они. Прямо у забора.
My heart started thumping as if I became prey once again and my pursuers were following me in the field. I could swear that I've heard something scratch at the door, just like in my nightmare. Mom beckoned me with her finger and I gathered all my remaining bravery to look into the kitchen window facing my fear. I could barely discern some hairy silhouettes swimming in snow through the icy winter patterns on the glass. Dogs. Just a small pack of strays, with no name and owner, barely reminding of the hungry monsters that live on the edge of the forest.
Божечки, ты их испугался? Да они сами тебя перепугаются, Антон. Они гнались за мной, словно за зайцем. А вдруг они бешеные?
The smile had slowly disappeared from Mom's face. Now she looked at the dogs as if it was her first time seeing them.
Что если они нападут на Олю? Мам. Вот бы твой отец их всех перестрелял. Мама, они живые. А что? Ты уж определись, они тебе друзья или враги? Не маленький ведь уже.
Mom sighed in annoyance, and I felt so bitter that I bit my lower lip and fixed my gaze on the cobweb-ridden corner. Well, some detective I am. In reality, I wasn't risking my life among monsters, but rather my pants among a pack of stupid strays. I wanted to sink through the floor from embarrassment.
Иди сюда, паникер.
Boy Who Cried Wolf. I think that's the name of a movie, right? Now that I notice. I might be crazy, but it's familiar in some way.
Да не стой столбом. Вот, таблетку на. Быстро пей.
A golden-colored pill reminiscent of a dead wasp fell onto my palm.
Я уже пил сегодня, за завтраком. Попререкайся мне еще. Сказала дома сидеть, нет же. Был бы отец, выпорол. Сейчас же выпей, а то ночью не уснешь. Тебе ведь в школу завтра.
So I had swallowed a bitter medication, drinking it down with similarly awful water that gave off a taste of chlorine. Maybe it wasn't Volva's mitten. Maybe it wasn't a mitten at all. Just like the forest monsters and Oilia's owl. Am I going mad? What's happening to me? Either the pill had an immediate effect, or my overexerted brain didn't let fear inside anymore. Serenity washed over me, bringing waning indifference along with it.
Антон, выпил? Можешь, если захочешь. Раздевайся. Уснул, что ли?
Нет, мам, просто задумался.
Интересно, о чем же?
Так, глупости всякие.
Mom scrutinized me with suspicious eyes, as if she wasn't sure she was looking at her own son and not some doppelganger that came from the forest.
Точно все нормально? У тебя такое лицо было, когда милиционер про окно спросил.
Все нормально, мам.
She heaved a deep sigh.
Хорошо.
Run for your life, the name of the achievement. It seemed like the house had changed. The sofa's fabric had become discolored. Fingerprints appeared on the bathroom tiles. The light bulbs also felt different, dimmer and yellower. Even the saliva inside my mouth had a different taste. A melody from Aladdin could be heard from the upper floor. Olia was done rewatching her favorite Little Mermaid episodes and switched to the other tapes. I slowly changed into my home clothes, stopped before the sink and studied my reflection in the mirror, like I was trying to solve one of those spot the difference puzzles. Then I went upstairs. Jafar's and Iago's voices died down. I walked past Oila's bedroom and slipped into my own. Okay, so what changed from last time that we did the scene? Just to remind everyone, now I'm gonna try the other options that the game gives to you. So last time Anton showed the mitten to his mom, and he said it was blood, but it was actually in fact just melted ice, so water, let's just put it that way. And he wasn't seeing right straight. He wasn't seeing because he was nervous of that situation. And then moms get mad at him, and she tells him that Oila could hear him if he keeps talking like that. She gets mad, tell him to drink the pills, and I think that's it, right? I think that's what happened. Now we are gonna check. I'm not gonna change my path. That choices that I did will be the choices that I'll be taking until the final chapter. But I'll be checking then now all of the available ones. So when the episode 3 comes out, I can play that as well. So we did this. Now it's the video one. Yes, I'm sure. Okay, so last time we did the sat antenna, so we could get the rogue signal and check the strange show that was appearing on TV. But now I will search here to see if I can find Peter Pan's VHS that Anton and Olia had told them that they should watch it. I sifted through the shelves full of dolls and blue hippos from Kinder Surprise. That's cute. I found the tape I needed thanks to its shabby spine. I got the black rectangle from its box. Neverland achievement name. The tape inside it rustled Rewinding to the beginning, this rustle was lulling me to sleep. Drowsiness attacked me while I was squatting before the TV. Images whirled in my head, me and Olia flying above the forest, trembling in the soft clouds. My little sister is laughing, but her smile becomes more and more forced with every passing second. I notice that the clouds underneath us part, bearing the bristle pine tops. Swampy darkness is lurked among the trees. The wings are no longer able to hold us and Olia.
Ты не смотришь без меня?
My sister bought this tray with unevenly cut bread and a whole can of condensed milk. I rubbed my eyes.
Нет, sадись.
Oh, so okay, so he kind of slept after he picked up the tape, and from what he said, right? He said that he brushed off his eyes, and last time that we did this, and that wasn't what happened, right? We checked the antenna, and he was watching a show that was appearing on TV, so maybe that time he felt asleep as well and dreamed about that. Maybe. But I'm thinking that those things that are happening are actually real. Maybe.
Мама с папой опять ругаются. У них сейчас период такой.
I think this phrase is different.
Глупый какой-то период.
Yeah, it's different. Behind the screen, Wendy was hiding Peter Pan's shadow into the dresser. Olia was entertained by the cartoonish dog Nana.
Может, и нам родители собачку купят? Ага, как же. В Небыляндии у меня будет своя собственная собака. И кошка. И попугайчик.
Olia smeared a slice of bread with a thick layer of condensed milk and handed it to me.
А у тебя все молочные зубы выпали? Конечно.
Olia frowned deep in thought.
У Питера Пэна зубы молочные. Вдруг со взрослыми зубами тебя не пустят в его страну? Мы что-нибудь обязательно придумаем. Попросим папу исправить тебе возраст в паспорте. С чего это папа будет документы подделывать?
Olia took a bite from the sandwich and started talking with her mouth full.
Будет. Мама говорила, что он так делал. А я подслушала. Смотри, уши вырастут, как у Дамбо.
Olia got worried and touched her ears. I smiled to myself. My little sister was silent now. She just devoured bread, watching the adventures of Peter Pan, Tinkerbell, and James Hook, as if she got sucked into the fairy tale Neverland. To be honest, I also imagined myself there in a land where no one ever ages, where no one argues over little things, where no one listens to fights and the sound of broken plates at night. It felt like I was dreaming with my eyes still open. Then my sister's scream pulled me back to reality.
Тоша, скорее, штору задерни! Зачем? Никто же на тебя не смотрит. Уже темно, а когда темнеет, прилетает сова. Я боюсь.
I got out of bed, fighting my drowsiness, and closed the curtains. I did my best not to look outside toward the treetops, toward the taiga forest, which seemingly drew closer and closer. Of course, it was just a visual effect from shadows of branches scraping the snow.
Тоша, мама думает, что я напридумывала про сову. И папа считает, что раз я маленькая, это значит врушка. А сова есть. Вот честная-пречестная, есть она. Ты же мне веришь? Что она там и каждую ночь прилетает и...
Oh, sorry. I swiftly grabbed Olia's hand and looked her in the eyes. I was trying to transfer at least some of my courage and determination, but did I really have those qualities? I think now will be a normal until until the next part, but let's keep on going.
Я тебе верю, слышишь? Ты только родителям больше не рассказывай про сову. У них и так хлопот по горло, они только рассердятся. Ты мне говори, если что случится. И в окно не смотри.
Но она хочет, чтобы я смотрела.
Перехочет. Притворись, что ее нет и не было никогда, что она выдумка, как родители говорят. Ей ждать надоест, она улетит.
Okay, so nothing happened with the... Oh, wait, there's more. We followed Peter Pan's adventures as if nothing had happened, as if the forest didn't kidnap kids, as if our parents weren't tearing each other apart bit by bit. Captain Hook was running away from a crocodile, and Captain Pan was headed to London on a gilded sailboat. By some miracle, I lasted longer than my little sister. Olia's eyelids had dropped. She started snorting lightly, resting her chin on the side of the bed. I stood up and left Olia's room. Yes, okay, so there was no creepy movie at the end. I was looking out the window, studying the field, when Mom peeked into my room.
Довольно баловства.
Okay, so now we are entering chapter 2. Let's load. Oh, wait, let's keep on going to see if there will be... I already got, actually, yeah, right? The Neverland. Yes, I got the achievement. So let's go to the candy part. Let's check what will happen here at our second choice. I will refuse to take the candy. Thank you, Lady Fox.
Нет, спасибо.
I didn't want to offend the first person I've made contact with in this new place, but I also didn't want to take gum off the hands of some weird girl. What if she found it in a snow pile? Or what if it was a prank candy, the kind that blows up in your face when you unwraps it?
У меня на сладкое аллергия.
Что?
Oh, so that's not an... It just make me think more that she's actually a creature. Especially when she never heard of that word before.
Ты чего? Живешь в мире таблеток и микстур?
Oh.
Ну, в целом, да.
Her palm was empty now. It floated in the air, catching snowflakes, now that all the candy had suddenly disappeared. Oh, man.
И Новый год у вас правда раз в 12 месяцев? Есть эти...
She clicked her fingers, trying to remember something.
понедельники?
Mondays.
Ага.
I smiled.
О, как все запущено. Вам бы, юноша, кило шоколада съесть против скуки и уныния.
Yuck. The name of the achievement. Who are you? I refrained from asking that question. She wouldn't answer in here, or she would just lie. I'm thinking that now that I didn't get the candy, will the owl give back the glasses? Let's keep on going a little bit more. I really wanted to see what's behind her mask. Nor more sure that's underneath. Okay, so this is the normal thing that we saw.
Может, Вова тоже нашел сугроб сладостей и теперь кувыркается в нем?
Wait.
Слушай, вдруг он решил остаться в лесу? Тогда, наверное, ему очень
Oh yes, okay, so this is something that we already saw. Let's go now for the fight scene. And let's fight the boy. Fight back.
Слушай, ты...
My throat went dry, my lips were moving on their own, and my voice was akin to a stifled squeal. Simeon wore a mocking smile.
Давай, продолжай, очкарик. Чё примолк-то? Нам всем очень интересно. Если еще хоть раз меня тронешь...
Simeon slowly stuck out a finger and poked my forehead.
Натронул и чё? Еще хоть раз! Тронул!
Man, this boy is really such a jerk.
А вот еще! И еще! И еще! И еще!
He was poking me with his finger so hard that my head tilted backward. I must not cry, or I'll be done for.
Чё ты мне сделаешь, мямля?
My vision went blurry. My soul started off from the floor. I rushed forward and threw a random punch without looking. Oh, he actually hit him. What I saw when I opened my eyes was beautiful and horrifying at the same time. Simeon was holding his ear and blinking in amazement. No pain. Was I the first person to rebel against his absolute rule?
Стопэ!
Oh, the boys, they came. I needed to run, but I was already surrounded by his cronies.
Лилия Павловна!
Okay.
Лилия Павловна! Петров Бабурина ударил!
Man, why they protect Simeon so much? He's such a jerk. Simeon's cheeks grew even redder, and his pimples even whiter, like the heads of larvae. But a smile flashed on his face that was only noticed among comrades. He got really close to me. The smell of rotten teeth washed over me.
Тебе пиздец!
His voice was evil and dangerous, like someone turned off the lid from a kettle with boiling fat. I was waiting to get hit, counting the thumps of my heart and guessing where his fist will go. The solar plexus, the jaw, the nose. But he just turned around and walked off. A thought, cold and sober and extremely rational, popped up in my head. I'm going to get killed today. I was late to leave the school after classes on purpose. Simon didn't attend. Forgetting about me? It changed a little bit, because now it's forget about me and not what he had to do, that was clean the floor. His vengeful gaze and his carries electrified his mark. While the other students were leaving the school, laughing through my books near a window. Nowhere to be seen. Okay. This looks so this an extra caution stayed for some more time in the corridor. Okay, so now it's talking about a fight, some kind of fight that he thinks that he's going to get involved in with. All of the busters moved to the first floor. There was a skeleton peeking out of the biology classroom. Some jokesters put a cap with the American condor in its head. The sound of running water. Only person, I'm not alone. The missing boy. Okay, this is the same. I will rewind. Backlog. Rewind. Oh, okay. I skip. Let's skip. It's Control. Shift. What is? Control. Okay. I want to skip more. Please let me get to the fight scene. Oh, I can't. Rewind. Let's keep on doing it. I just want to see if the fight scene will be different, okay? So let me advance a little bit. Let's try to get... Wait. Come back. That was different. Wait. Let me check what will happen. Okay, I will go back. Oh, I wasn't expecting this to happen. Actually, I was just expecting to be some kind of talks. I will come back, run through the fight scene, and when I look at the poster, I will go for the normal reading and see what led to this. Let's go back. Maybe it will give me another path? No, really? Would that happen? Let's go back to here. Let's check. Let's go for a fight back. As I said, I will run. Okay. It passed at the point I wanted to check. So, oh no, stop! Please stop! Oh no, it did it again, man. It did it again. Sorry, I didn't know the rewind button would just, keep on going. Go back, fight. Okay. Control is better. Do some clicks. Okay, here, it's good. I remember the missing boy. His portrait was on the notice board near the schedule. I remember his smile, his watchful eyes, and the fact that he's most likely already dead.
Привет.
I shuddered and turned around. At first my eyes stumbled upon the black violin case. Then I noticed a girl from my class that was holding it. She sat in the front row of the second column. I could swear I caught her looking at me a couple of times, and I was sneaking glances at her myself. Sometimes it just feels like it feels nice to look at something pretty, a running spring, a blue sky, or a girl that doesn't laugh at Simeon's jokes along with everybody else. And she wasn't exchanging vile gossip about other girls with Katia. She spent all breaks just like me, staying in the classroom, or looking out the window, or drawing something in her green notebook.
Здравствуй.
I turned red and pretended I was studying the pattern on the wooden floor.
Круто ты ему врезал.
Oh man, let's see what will happen.
Это вышло случайно. Почти.
She liked that, but the face that she did. Let's keep on going. I started shoving books into my backpack to occupy myself with something.
Вроде Семен раньше таким не был.
Okay, this is the same.
Он к нам недавно перевелся. Бабушка мне его по секрету сказала, что он словно взбесился. Семена даже старшеклассники побаиваются. Представляешь?
So he's a problematic kid,
А ты вот молодец.
but you are different.
Не струсил.
Угу.
I mumbled in reply. Yeah, right, what a hero. A hero that's been standing in the hallway for half an hour to avoid a beating. The girl looked at me with her clear, attentive eyes.
А ты за рекой живешь?
Okay, so actually changed some dialogue. Let's see if it will make a big difference.
В том деревянном доме?
Ну да.
Там, наверное, страшно. Да еще через лес идти. Я бы так не смогла.
I shivered at the mention of the forest. I thought of intertwining branches, of the snake-like trail, of the endless darkness that spreads like mold among the crooked trees, and conjured up a blatant lie.
Да не так уж там и страшно. А что тебя так пугает?
She smiled after a brief pause, as if brushing off a daydream.
Да так. Ничего.
Actually, never mind. I think that's different phrase.
Меня, кстати, Полина зовут.
Paulina.
А меня Антон.
Ну, это я знаю. Слушай, Антон,
She stumbled as if trying to decide whether she could continue.
а что ты делаешь после школы?
My chest felt pricky after her innocent question, yet somehow it felt pleasant.
Ничего такого.
I stopped mid-sentence. Alisa's predatory smile flashed in front of my eyes. Her playful eyes in the lights of her mask were probably just a product of my imagination, though. What if that fox girl is waiting for me after school? Or was it another of her weird jokes? I wonder if she's hiding a big red tail under her coat. I suddenly got covered with beads of sweat, like after a PE class. I wanted to take a shower, as if just thinking of the fox girl made me dirty, lured me into the forest embrace.
У меня сейчас занятие, скрипка, а потом
Ай.
я свободна.
Then I'll be free.
Дедушка мне репетитора нанял.
Taking a look at her eyes don't look like... Oh, maybe it's the same person.
Наш учитель музыки, он же скрипач. А здесь, в поселке, ему некому преподавать. Только мне.
This is actually what is pretty nice too about this game, because everything is black and white, right? I can't I can know who is that character. If it is this girl, if it is Katya, who girl it might be. I can see the colors in the eyes, so it doesn't matter. I'm not gonna know in this way, and the voice is all distorted and also I can't figure it out too. She waved her free hand in the air, imitating the movement of a bow on violin strings. I could almost hear the music. It chased Oh, okay, sorry, I got confused there. It chased Aliza out of my head. I looked at Paulina's lips, catching her every word, stirred from the unusual sensations. They were warm and soothing and tingly. Oh, so he likes her. I felt like a gnat compared to those feelings. They surely couldn't fit inside me.
Тут говорят, что у нас в поселке маньяк завелся. Раньше со школы меня всегда дедушка забирал, но в последнее время ему не здоровится.
I snuck a glance at Volva's photo. His eye wells were studying me. His lips were black lipsticks, just like a portrait of a gravestone.
Ты не подумай, я не трусишка, просто мне кажется, что с тобой будет безопаснее.
Oh, so they go back together, so it's different. Okay, let's check this. Let's see what will happen.
Антон, ты сможешь проводить меня до дома?
There it was. Finally, everything that I read about in adventure books, everything that I dreamed of, was seeping into my life. A mysterious crime, a beautiful stranger, and a heroic duel. A duel. Thinking of Simeon instantly sobered me up, returned me back to the ground, and it started shaking under my feet like the deck of a ship. If only I could rise to the occasion in front of Paulina. Because no matter how brave I was trying to act, it was obvious for both of us that I won't stand a chance against a big guy like him. And him knocking me out won't even be the worst of it. The worst part is that Paulina will witness it. And she will laugh at me like everybody else. No, I don't want anyone to see my shameful failure.
Сегодня вряд ли получится.
Oh, okay, so he's already feeling that he will fight Thamian, so he's going back alone, probably will trigger the same cutscene.
Ты же знаешь, Семен, скорее всего, караулит на школьном дворе. Лучше мне с ним разобраться лично, по-мужски.
Глупости какие.
Nonsense. Paulina brushes some hair off her forehead, and I sensed a weak blackberry aroma. Paulina was like water for a parched throat. You gulp it down greedily, yet the thirst doesn't go away. I remember the summer evenings at the country house, the fire sponging smoke, the berries hanging over our fence from the neighbors, and a soft cover of pine needles under my soles. These few peaceful days when I felt completely safe. My mom resting in the hammock, my dad putting meat on the skewers. Could have I foreseen the upcoming catastrophe in the crackling coals, in our laughter, in that fleeting smell of July? Could I have seen how fragile that world was?
Думаешь, этот дикарь будет честно драться?
She's right.
Со своими дружками набросятся всем скопом, опомниться даже не дадут.
Paulina suddenly flashed me a cunning smile.
Но если мы пойдем вместе, это их ошарашит. Я же не только первая скрипка на деревне, я ведь еще и девочка. Слышала от знакомого хулигана, что он никогда не нападает на кого-то в присутствии девушки. Представляешь, у них кодекс чести такой.
A delinquent you know? I thought, worried. Is he better than me? Taller, more handsome? Oh, Anton.
Ой, мне на музыку пора.
She made a couple of steps and stopped. Amazing, Paulina didn't look like those beauties from the magazine posters or the actress from the movies. But in the flickering light of the ceiling lamps, she looked prettier than all of them.
А ты играешь на чем-нибудь?
My parents bought me a guitar a couple of years ago. I immediately remember my meager attempts at making music. And change. We are all waiting for change. So this is the song. I will just skip through it. The song echoed my thoughts and my desire to change something. That guitar got lost somewhere, as if refusing to move to the old house near the forest. I think my parents gave it away to someone that needed more.
Увы, не играю.
I don't, sadly.
Жалко. Ну ладно, я побежала. Пока!
The girl's shout was picking up by a loud echo. The sound of shoes spread through the school hallways.
Пока!
I wasn't sure if Paulina heard me. I looked out the window again. The schoolyard was empty. Just a couple of grade schoolers throwing snowballs at each other. Nobody who looked like that hooky Samuel and his cronies. This gave me hope. What should I do? Paulina could become my friend, the first one I would make in this new place. And besides, she may be in real danger of meeting a killer, and I'll be her protector, her knight. And even though my inner voice was hesitant, and whispered about running away from the killers lurking in the woods at night, Paulina was worth the risk. But the red cunning fox was also intriguing. She promised to help look for Volva, and that could get me a reward. A lot of money will almost guarantee the peace in my family. Gifts for Oilia. I imagine my sister happy like those girls who get prizes from Supavnet in the finest hour. Okay, so something is different is happening here. So, okay, the music is the soy. Let's check this one. Sergei Suponev, a Soviet and Russian TV host, the most prolific showman of the Russian kids TV in the 90s. He hosted teen quizzes as well as computer entertainment shows. Suponev died on December 8, 2001, when he crashed his snowmobile into a river pier. I imagine my sister happy like those girls. Okay, that's the same. She'll be dancing with famous singers. Maybe a new popular boys band like International. Let's check. A Russian boy band that was popular in the 90s, so maybe like Backstreet Boys, in early 2000s, and consisted of 3 singers. Its songwriter and vocalist Igor Sorin died to a fall from 60-story balcony. The official policy report claimed it to be a suicide. Oleg Yakovlev substituted him in the band and later died from cirrhosis. Mom and Dad hugging each other in the Ostakino Pavilion, and then all of us going to Disneyland. Oh, it's different. Oh man, what I can choose? Oh, okay, that's good. Let's keep on playing. Let's see what will happen. I will do a save here. So that makes me think, maybe if I don't get the candy here, will Alisa go with me to school? Maybe not, but let's keep on going. Now I'm interested. Let's see what will happen. So I can check on Alisa. So the game still didn't ended. So I can check Alisa or go to Paulina. I think I will go with the Paulina and see what will happen. And then after that, we can come back and check for Alisa to see the horrors of the forest, I think. Let's just check the eye first. So we have the broom, the paper on the floor, and the bag in the window. So let me just check if there is nothing more. There's those 3, right? Yes. So let's check the... Actually, it makes sense that he doesn't go to Alisa because he forgot about it. Because he was feeling very ashamed of the situation when I chose to refuse to fight. And Paulina told him that, oh, you can go with me home so we can throw the boys away and they are not gonna fight you. So we got the invite for Paulina, and we remembered Alisa. So that's why I think this option appeared now and not before this. Let's go check the broom. An abandoned zinc bucket with a rag on the bottom of it, filled to the brim with murky tap water. It reeked of salty chemicals, and the stench was so intense that I felt sick. I staggered away from it, praying that I don't meet the same fate as the person on cleaning duty. The paper? Turn me around and I tell you who's stupid. I bet something offensive is written on the other side. I wonder how long would Simon keep turning it around if I fell into his hands. Somebody left these school shoes on the windowsill. Judging from their size, they belonged to a boy my age. Let's go for Paulina. Snow danced in the air outside the window, following the rhythm of the music that was flowing from around the corner. I jumped off the windowsill and started walking along the hallway, curiosity eating away at me. The half an hour I would spend here waiting crawled at snail's pace. I wanted to see Paulina again. The music became louder. It streamed out of the half-open door at the far end of the corridor. My music taste was limited to Letov Shevchuk, the timeless classic and pop songs I saw on TV. A singer and a frontman of the band Civil Defense that played a mix of garage punk and psychedelic rock. Letov is posthumously considered the godfather and the patriarch of Russian punk rock, and of the most influential members of the punk movement in Russia, died peacefully in his sleep. Along with music videos that I would sometimes be put on tapes as teasers before a movie. But this violin melody captivated me. It felt like a master woodcutter working with delicate wood, a fragile crystal toy, a gust of warm wind. Oh, she's not there anymore. I pressed my cheek against the doorway. Paulina was hiding from me in the far end of the classroom, but a shadow that fell on the wall definitely belonged to a girl with a violin. The movements of her bow were so graceful that I felt like I was getting carried away on the waves of music. My heart broke the barrier of my ribcage, and it started hopping around. Faster and faster, it jumped on snow piles, gliding between the pines toward the fiery sun above the windfall.
Заскучал?
I was so deep in thought that I didn't hear the approaching footsteps. After bathing in music, Paulina felt even more magical.
Да нет. Я о комиксе своем думал.
For some unknown reason, I lied.
Ты комиксы рисуешь?
Да, то есть планирую рисовать.
Ага. И про что твой комикс?
About the most charming and kind girl that plays a violin, who somehow happened to be in this house of horror.
Про лису.
What? Oh, that's strange, right? So he wants to tell the tale of a fox, but when we did the other ending of this episode 2, he was surprised that he actually drawing the fox. That's pretty neat.
Ой, точнее, про говорящих животных, что живут в лесу и помогают заблудившимся детям
Oh,
вернуться
so I
домой.
think he wants to make this comic that he's talking about because he has this fear of returning to home. So maybe that's what he's telling here.
А потом они пляшут в ночи.
No, wait, I think it's what he saw.
Ого, как интересно.
It's his story. What?
Сам придумал?
I lowered my gaze.
Вдохновился, глядя в окно.
A nightly vows. We descended to the first floor. And so everything is a little bit more happier now. I opened the door in front of Paulina. That told me how essential it is to be a gentleman.
Значит, творческая личность.
Her clothes are different from Alisa, so I don't think that she's Alisa. So you're an artist, right? An artist, huh?
Я догадывалась, что ты не такой, как все. Особенный.
Special.
Шутишь? Я самый обыкновенный.
Это Семен обыкновенный. В смысле, обычный придурок. А в тебе живет нечто доброе и пушистое.
She's talking like I'm a bunny. Something barked near my leg when we were crossing the schoolyard, interrupting Paulina.
Не бойся, это Жулька.
Zulka, so that's the name of the dog. I stood on one knee and rubbed the barking dog behind the ear. It was frantically wagging its tail like it was some sort of a propeller. I looked around the yard trying to find Eliza, but the fox girl was nowhere to be found, neither in the yard nor on the road.
Брось ее! Ты что, она же дикая! Клещей еще подцепишь.
Нет, у нее хозяйка есть. Вроде.
Paulina looked at the playful dog with disgust, covering her mouth with a hand handkerchief.
А у тебя никакой еды не завалялось?
Кажется, что-то осталось. Покормим и пойдем, ладно?
She took out a sandwich out her bag and threw it to Zulka. The little dog rushed to her blanket, swept away the bread with her nose, and started eating the bologna.
Какая привереда. Ешь все, давай.
Paulina tugged my sleeve, egging me on.
Ты чего?
She replied with laughter. The violin girl had literally dragged me out of the school gate, stiffening laughs into a fist. The dog is there. I turned around. Zulka followed with sad eyes as we were leaving. The dog looked especially lonely with the school as the backdrop. Oh look, the art is so good. And then Paulina just stopped laughing. She walked alongside me with a blank stare, completely silent.
Нечего паразитов плодить.
Her remark turned out pretty hash. Was it really the stray's fault she had to live in the street?
Они потом на людей кидаются. Прошлой зимой такая стая чуть дедушку не загрызла.
Oh man, that's heavy stuff.
Какой кошмар. Ему с тех пор не здоровится?
Его парализовало.
Oh man, what?
Он больше никогда не сможет ходить.
I remember the scary pack of dogs that was chasing me just a while ago.
Мне очень жаль.
Ничего.
Paulina showed me another enchanting smile, her eyes half closed.
Главное, что мы друг друга поняли.
I forgot all about Zuka after she said that. Some third graders were throwing snowballs at each other and singing.
Раз, два, прилети сова.
The owl. Olha. An image of my sister sitting near the window, bored, looking for me in the twilight, flashed before my eyes. I promised myself that I'd go home as soon as escort Paulina.
А что это за песенку малые поют? Уже второй раз за день ее слышу.
We were walking down the main street. Somewhere near, a tractor was grumbling, cleaning the snowdrifts. Ravens flew across the ashen sky. A flock of blackbirds circled above us, like scary crosses that ran away from graves.
Про сову?
The owl one.
Это считалочка местная. Мне ее в детстве дедушка напевал. Он интересуется историей края. Много знает про наш
History and folklore.
И что там за считалочка такая?
Слушай.
She started walking backwards, facing me and smiling.
Раз, два, прилети сова. 3, 4, 5, время поиграть. 6 до 6, дыбом волчья шерсть. 7, 8, бьем копытом озимь. Для медведя, для лисы, зайчик кушать принеси.
I thought that I'd already met a fox this morning. Thankfully, I hadn't met any wolves or bears. I think we will meet them. The wolf appeared in the dream, but not on quote-unquote real life. But I think we'll be meeting those characters. As I was looking at the girl by my side, I became strangely brave, so I said something unexpected.
У тебя красивый голос.
Paulina adjusted her hair, slightly embarrassed.
Спасибо.
И что же, это конец
And is
считалочки?
that the end of the rhyme?
Принес им заяц покушать или нет?
Поди узнай. Спросить не у кого. Считалочка очень старая. Древняя даже. С ней легенда одна связана.
Oh,
Если тебе интересно.
Конечно.
Тут в тайге раньше племена жили разные. Дедушка говорит, у них была такая инициация. Короче, такой ритуал, когда мальчику наступала пора становиться мужчиной.
right. I listened closely. I mean, I was also really close to that age myself.
Юношу отводили в лес, и он должен был 3 ночи провести.
I talked about this. I talked about this, that the idea of the children disappearing is because they are taken to the woods by something tell them to go there, and they went there, and so of course, oh man, there's pretty creep song right now. I actually thought about this in the sense that maybe those masks that we saw are a mask of maybe they change you, they transform you into that creature, that monster. And the fact that when you go to the woods, that's what Alicia wanted to do. Maybe she wants to transform Anton in one of the creatures, in the bunny one. So maybe she it's a fox. Fox is a sly creature, right? So maybe he wants to trick Anton so he can become a bunny and take him to bear and wolves. Maybe something like that. Actually, I thought about it.
По легенде, один такой юноша ушел в тайгу, а вернулся, когда его перестали искать. Нагрянул в деревню, исцарапанный, грязный, замерзший.
I imagine sleeping among the pines and bare layers.
Родные выбежали к нему, а он упал на землю. Привели шамана.
Oh man. They bought shaman.
Тот осмотрел молодого охотника и помрачнел. Сказал, плохи дела. До утра юноша бился в судорогах и повторял эту считалочку. Снова и снова. Раз, два, прилети, сова. Будто ему в тайге нашептали. А к рассвету он умер. Только вот шаман сказал, что он и так был мертв, что он мертвым из лесу пришел и мертвыми губами шептал считалочку.
I froze in fear.
Это точно не ужастик.
Фольклор бывает пострашнее всякого кино, уж поверь.
That's true.
Дедушка говорит, что племя то собралось спешно и ушло на юг.
Они были смелыми, если жили здесь.
Paulina kicked one of the snow piles with her small boot.
Смелыми и глупыми.
Brave but stupid.
Неужели надо мертвецу явиться из лесу, чтобы до людей дошло?
Дошло что?
Что нужно уезжать отсюда. Есть целый мир. А есть наш поселок. Мир.
She spread her arms wide.
Поселок.
She showed a distance that was almost invisible with her 2 fingers.
Я часто представляю большие города. Могу часами рассматривать глобус. Или журналы «Вокруг света» из библиотеки. Какие же там прекрасные названия. Только послушай. Рейкьявик. Тель-Авив. Это же чистейшая музыка, а не слова.
She started circling, her eyes shut dreamingly. The forest towered before us, touching the low clouds. The road fell into the semi dark between the trees.
Я бы могла покорить сцену. Выступать перед тысячами зрителей.
А я сцены ужасно боюсь.
Так ты другим возьмешь, живописью. У нас-то есть будущее. А что ждет того же Семена? Ну, станет он еще толще. Ну,
Будет пирожками торговать.
ага. Собачатиной!
We burst out laughing, exorcising worry from our minds with light-hearted fun.
Если ему, конечно, доверят пирожки.
Think he will appear, yes.
Наверное, ты права. Он их в один присест слопает.
Я так и думала, что вдвоем в лесу не страшно.
I looked around. The snow was sparkling, reflecting the last rays of the setting sun. My pulse fastened from the thought that we are
Да, ты
alone.
была права.
Oh, what? There's a... Oh, I can click it. Oh man, I could click it. Suddenly, I heard nearby bushes rustle, pouring snow into the ravine. A giant man walked out from behind them, fastening a zipper on his pants. I recognized him. He was in the schoolyard this morning. He gave us an indifferent look and just walked away.
Ну и тип. Хорошо, что ты со мной, Антон. Кто знает, что бы сделал этот бандит, если бы я была одна.
Wait. So maybe, just maybe, would that the man actually got Simeon? But, I'm with somebody right now. No, but Simeon was with his friends. Oh, let's keep on going. She gave me a look full of admiration. And when the big man had almost disappeared behind the trees, she stuck out her tongue at him and laughed. Such a little rascal. Paulina rushed to the firebreak.
Не отставай!
Никогда в жизни!
Ты знаешь, ты так изъясняешься, как персонаж с приключенческой книжки.
Was she complimenting me or mocking me? Complimenting me. I didn't want to dwell on it. Not when we are having such a wonderful walk.
Ну да, я люблю книги.
Ого, читающий мужчина. Звучит интригующе.
A man? Seriously? My face became that red from embarrassment, but I still felt blessed being able to wander around the forest with Paulina like this. The girl suddenly stopped and stared silently into the darkness. The girl suddenly stopped and stared silently into the darkening thicket, as if waiting for something. All of a sudden, I felt unease, and then she asked me in a cold voice,
Ты был там?
Где? В чаще?
Paulina burst out laughing again, shattering my anxiousness.
Да нет! В большом мире! В городах с музыкальными названиями!
А разве Москва музыкальное название? Больше похоже на кваканье лягушки.
Paulina froze and looked at me in disbelief.
Ты был в Москве?
Ну да, в детстве.
Paulina's eyes started sparkling.
Какая она?
Ну, красивая, шумная, неоновая.
Неоновая.
It felt like she was savoring these words,
А на Красной
those words.
площади был?
Конечно. Она такая выпуклая. И в ЦУМе был, и на ВДНХ.
No, oh man. I've been to some and Vonk. Do this. Central Universal Department Store, one of the biggest department stores in Europe, situated in downtown Moscow. It was founded in 1885 as Moyer and Morieles I think that's how you pronounce it. I'm sorry. I must be wrong. After the Soviet Revolution, the store was nationalized and given its contemporary name in 1933. Exhibition of Achievements of National Economy, the second biggest exhibition complex in Moscow. It's present in the top 50 biggest European exhibition centers list. 49 architectural pieces on the complex territory are considered cultural heritage monuments.
Мне больше всего метро понравилось. Там так пахнет.
Как?
She ran up to me, grabbed me by the sleeve and gazed at me with curious eyes.
Не могу описать.
А нарисовать?
Что, запах?
Великие музыканты могут сыграть запах.
Не может быть.
Я дам тебе кассеты.
Once again, she started twirling under the falling snow.
Я обязательно
Falling
побываю в
snow.
Москве. А главное в Вене. Вена моя мечта. Это же столица музыки. Моцарт, Бетховен, Штраус, филармонический оркестр, государственная опера. Я буду выступать, а ты рисовать.
While she's seeing things with him together. Her enthusiasm spread to me. I wanted to do something right this
А
moment.
ты куда хочешь попасть?
I signed and confessed.
В Диснейленд.
I remember the finest hour again. Euler preferred the Call of the Jungle, but I was glued to the TV screen on Mondays. Colorful tables with numbers on signboards and charming Mr. Supnev at the wheel. And the prizes. Chocolate eggs, video equipment, and the most exciting one, a trip to Disneyland for the winner. My parents promised to take me there, to the land of the mouse, and I believed them at first. Well, maybe they also believed it back then. Now they just reply with silence every time I ask about it, and it hurts me to no end. I have just 3 words on my mind in those moments. But you promised. Paulina seemingly read my mind.
Добраться туда проще, чем нам кажется. Каждый лепит свою судьбу, как хочет.
She picked up 2 handfuls of snow, and then, as if she forgot about everything, showed me a sly smile. Oh man, the fox. Remember the sly smile that the fox had?
А давай снеговика лепить.
Давай.
When I get back home, I will make a snowman for Oilia too. She will be so happy. But for now... We were almost done with the first ball, rolling it shoulder to shoulder. Locks of her hair fell on her lively face. I'm happy for Anton, man. That's nice. She was so cute when she blew them away.
Первый готов.
Чего у тебя такой маленький шар, Антон? Максимум голова снеговичка. Больше надо. Не ленись.
I couldn't remember the last time I had so much fun. Paulina swept her lips crimson from the
Ты
cold.
мечтал когда-нибудь очутиться на другой планете?
Something flashed in her eyes when she said that. I couldn't really put my fingers on what it was.
И даже в другой вселенной.
Paulina sighed in what felt like relief.
Тогда ты понимаешь меня.
Our palms were sliding across the ball of snow, straightening up any bumps it had. An almost ideal white ball rose up in the middle of the clearing. Then another one popped up. We lifted up from 2 sides and placed on the one that served as a foundation. Finally, Paulina helped the 3rd ball to get on the top of the other 2.
Ставить голову на место – мой конек. У тебя морковка случайно не завалялась?
Увы.
There was no fear, no worry at the clearing. I became more daring, ran toward the thicket to crack a couple of branches. I pulled at intertwining windfall, but Paulina's voice shattered my daydream.
Антон, там кто-то
What, where? Let me save. I turned around puzzled. Alicia? Please be Alicia, come on. Paulina was looking at me. No, at something behind my back. She stared at it. Her brows furrowed. Not a single trace was left of the cheerful atmosphere we had a moment ago. She slowly raised her hand and pointed at the darkness that was approaching the trees in the distance.
Впереди кто-то стоит.
Oh man, the goosebumps.
Темная сгорбленная фигура. Видишь?
Where?
И ручищами сосну гладит.
Oh man. I turned around, directing my eyes where she was pointing to. The area around the dry raspberry bunches was empty.
Там никого нет.
Оно спряталось.
It hid
За деревом.
behind the tree. The collar of my coat felt suffocating. I pulled on it instinctively. I felt a spasm in my stomach. I smiled weakly and asked, hoping for a good answer.
Это что, шутка?
Paulina seemingly lost all her words. Oh hey, just continue staring deep into the endless forest. Bravery check, I thought, so I stepped toward the glossy black trunk. Paulina's gaze pushed me in the back. I was trying to muster all my courage, but my inner voice was telling me to stop, to curl up into a ball, to play dead even, anything but to go in there to the wriggling darkness. The twilight was sucking me in, limiting my vision. The clearing was a deep well, its walls prohibiting the sunlight from reaching its bottom. The air was ringing, or was it ringing in my ears? One step. 2 steps. I bit my lid to stop myself from screaming if anything happened. Oh man. There was nobody behind the pine. I sighed. Oh man. Oh, I'm feeling. And turned back to Paulina.
Полина, здесь никого.
She's not there.
Ну, здорово, Антошка.
Oh, the boys came. Okay, so man, that was pretty creepy. Oh boy. I think now what will happen is that we'll go back to that scene with the mask. So I think the end is the same with the owl, but the between things that happen are different. I will save here. I will just check to see if some of the phrases will change, and I will go to what was the last one that was said that I said that was going to check. Oh, this was the last one, right? Oh no, there is the there is Alisa. Okay, but I think it will come to the same conclusion, but we'll check that, no problem. From the darkness behind the pines, just like cavemen from their cave, appeared this Merklin Samuel with a bunch of his cronies.
Опачки, какая встреча!
Oh, and who do we have here?
Очкарик в жопе шарик на.
Ой,
Oh, so she's here as well. Paulina let out a shriek when the bastards shoved her away. Oh. They surrounded me like a carnivorous sprite. They make me snap back. Samuel's heavy leg blasted through the snowman's belly. The balls with roll crumble became a mushy mess with just a single broken branch poking out. Paulina gasped angrily. I also felt the touch of scalding hatred. The smell of sweat and tobacco attacked my nostrils. The inside of my mouth felt salty, as if it would lick a battery.
Полин, не бойся.
I shuddered after hearing my own voice. It sounded unnatural, rough, and scary.
Полинка,
Scary.
ты чё бояться? Лучше за себя беспокойся.
The fatso spit through the gap in his teeth and pushed me so hard that I hit my back against a tree.
Ну как? Страшно, мудила.
I heard Paulina's angry voice from behind.
Не трогайте его!
I would have been better if Paulina wasn't around. I wish she wouldn't see me in such a shameful position.
Глядите-ка, пацаны! Девчонка за него заступается!
Ага, циклона!
Ты, сука приезжая, не на того руку поднял.
Simon was moving toward me, reading his fist. In that moment, the older delinquent in track pants made a loud whistle, and the hulking boy lowered his hand. It was unexpected. It seems like Baburians wasn't the leader of this gang. In reality, they were all listening to the boy who was looking like a small carnivore with a very strong and sharp teeth. They decided against hitting me. They probably wanted to humiliate me in front of the girl first. Damn it.
Слышь, Гондон Батькович, а это кто? Еще одна подружка?
Да у тебя тут гарем, на!
Oh, the dog. Only then I noticed the Zukas beside my legs, trembling from the cold, snow plastered all over its fur. It probably ran all the way from the schoolyard, searching for our smell. The delinquent scattered in front of the dog and beckoned it with its hand.
Ой ты, батюшки! Ко мне, сучка блохастая!
Oh, the dog's gonna bite him. Oh, sorry. The dog's ear perked up and she started carefully moving closer.
Иди сюда! Иди, дам кое-чего!
What? Man, what? The dog didn't even have a chance to sniff him when this animal abuser caught it up by the ear and kicked it right under the tail so hard it fell into the nearest snow pile, squealing. The whole gang burst out in laughing and my heart got encrusted in ice. Even the birds that were perching up on the tree branches let out frightened calls. Then I noticed something strange. Paulina could hardly keep herself from smiling. Oh man. Does she really hate dogs so much that what this skinny guy did amused her? After looking eyes with me, she changed her jubilant smirk to a thoughtful grimace. Man, everybody's evil, what? Why isn't she running away? I thought in horror. At the edge of my vision, I saw something flashy in the illusionary twilight of the sleeping forest. Or were they just bushes moving their icy branches in the wind?
Робка, она ж больше срать не сможет. Давай теперь я. Второй раз ебану минус на минус даст плюс.
But the stray was already nowhere to be seen.
Чего ты, баран? Втолкуй его на очкарику, где его место. Только так, чтобы он понял.
Ага, за ним кофякна. Этот очкарик тебе при всем классе всек.
Да без Б.
Simon brought a sizable signed ring with some geometric shape curved in it up to my face.
Ща, парашник, я тебе этой печаткой так заряжу. Клеймо на всю жизнь останется.
Where did all my inner strength and bravery go?
Стой!
A wheezy whisper left my lips and my head tilted forward, hitting Simeon's fist. Red sparks flew from my eyes. They are going to gang up on me and beat me up.
Рома! Пусть они прекратят!
Прости, но пацанам надо по-мужски побазарить. А тебе в сторонке постоять.
Бяша! Подсоби!
Simon gave me a rough push toward the bastard with the slashing eye and he tripped me. I felt a sharp crust of ice and the fatso stepped on my hand, preventing my from getting up. What I'm starting to notice is that everything that we did before this point is actually sometimes of a snowball. It's well, the first time that we got here, now we are checking the other branches of the story, the history. We were here alone, just Anton and the boys hitting him up. There was no Zulka, the dog. I think that's his or her name. There was no Paulina, and it was just Anton. Anton got hit, lost his glasses. But now, one thing happened. The dog came but disappeared after the hit, and Paulina is here screaming, but the boys doesn't care. They are fighting, and they wanna beat Anton up. I actually thought at that moment with the smile that Paulina was the fox girl, but when Anton said maybe she was happy that the dog got hit, so I don't think that's the fox girl. The fox girl said the first time that we met her that she was feeding the dog, and it wasn't of Anton's manner, if I'm not wrong, that he should respect that situation because she was feeding the dog. So yeah, I think that maybe she's not the fox girl and the fox girl is someone else. Maybe Karya? No, that's not. Can't be, right? She just appeared in the class. And well, let's keep on going. A painful groan escaped my throat.
Слыхали, как заныл? А ты случаем не педик?
I started to lose breath from anger and resentment. The pain was growing. My ear was hot and pulsating. Okay, so this was the last time.
Че молчишь, Антошка? Отвечай, ты педик?
I felt pure unbranded rage, the amalgamation of my anger. Sorry. Like the sprout ink, it rose up from the depths of my mind, peeling all my thoughts.
Твари! Знаете, что мой отец...
Кто-то педик.
Simon burst out laughing. This became the last straw. Fear and anger were grappling inside me like mad
Он
dogs.
айкидо занимался. Поняли? Он еще воевал. Таких, как вы, с закрытыми глазами убивает. Я только слово скажу, он...
Ronka lifted up his arm, stopping my torrents of lies, and made a couple of steps forward. Simmons slowly backed off, giving me opportunity to stand up. The pines swayed like silent guardians. Did he believe me? Or he was confused by my face, twisted with rage.
Воевал, говоришь? Мой батя тоже воевал. В Афгане. А твой?
И мой.
Да, и в каких войсках, интересно?
I stumbled. Fear chomped at my raged throat and made it bleed.
Да он фуфло гонит, Ромка. Бля, будуна.
Думал, меня так просто развести? Я тебя, сучонка, насквозь вижу.
There was a nasty smile on his face now. This didn't bode well for me.
Ты сам себе приговор подписал.
В школе тебя училка спасла, ну а теперь все. Хана тебе.
Во-во. Давай, Антошка. Молись, чтобы твой труп по весне нашли.
He really want... They're just
Сидел бы
talking.
ниже травы, был бы целочкой. Жирного стукнул, одно дело. Но про Афган пиздеть, где мой батя под пулями. Долг интернациональный. Вдашьте Марго, блядь. Сёма, ушатай-ка его.
The delinquents closed in on me again, and I ended up in front of Simeon. Blood was pumping in my temples.
Ну, Ромочка, ну хватит. Ты уже все доказал. Дай нам уйти.
Ты иди. А мы пока мусор приберем.
What bugged me at the moment wasn't even the humiliation attitude of Ronka, but rather how sweet Paulina had addressed him. Oh, okay, so she said that she knew a delinquent, right? So maybe it was this boy. Maybe it's Ronka. Maybe she likes him or something like that. The delinquents were pushing the girl toward the pine. Branches were swaying back and forth, as if whispering something, giving me hope. I gritted my teeth, fighting the thought that I looked silly, and took a boxing stance I often saw in movies.
Хера ты, Майк Тайсон!
This was my first ever fight. I remember it for the rest of my life, if I don't kick the bucket, of course. At the edge of my vision, I noticed the darkness around us rattle again, as if someone was walking through it back and forth. I sensed Roma's claws grab my backpack.
Манатки, Антошка.
So I think now it's the mask?
Махаться мешает.
I was about to refuse, unwilling to cooperate with the bastard. But then he fished a butterfly knife out of his pocket with one smooth motion. He spun it as if showing off and put the blade to my neck.
Слышь, Фрей, расслабься, а то больно будет.
I let out a cloud of steam instead of words. Ronka pulled with all his might, and my backpack ended up in his hands. Paulina shrieked. Ronka winked at her as if saying, "Don't worry, I got this." Calm and relaxed. An insidious smile on his face, he looked into my
Ты
backpack.
от нас что-то скрываешь, да? У меня в школе какая-то крыса сменку подрезала. Ща поглядим, может, это был... Опачки!
Ronka gave me a dubious smile.
Так, а что это у нас здесь?
My text and notebooks fell in the snow. He was holding my backpack in one hand and something weird in the other. It looked like a mask. Roman lifted it high as if showing to someone else, to someone in the treetops, in the twilight among the trees. An old bunny mask. Long, worn-out ears, a barely visible nose and winkers, mangy fur on the sides. Where did it came from? Who put it there? Simeon laughed.
Новый год уже прошел, мудила. Или ты реально поехавший?
Это не мое!
Да как не твое, В твоем портфеле лежала она.
Ronka was watching the scene unfold with an evil smile on his face.
Дикари! Масок раньше не видели!
The first time you seek a mask.
Таких конченых не видели. А знаешь что? Надевай.
Зачем?
Надевай, говорю. Попрыгаешь перед нами, зайчик.
Давай, давай! Или без штанов домой пойдешь на.
Not when Paulina is here.
Не надену.
Сёма, надень-ка на него.
Yasha rushed to his friend's side and took the worn-out mask from him with a buffoonish bow. Then he passed to Simeon, who was already rubbing his hands in anticipation. I looked around the pine woods, as if waiting for help, as if the shadows that wreathed around us would take pity on me and take my side. Branches looked like arms twisted in unusual angles. Blackened bark was their charred skin, and the darkness was the smoke they produced. I can't run. Won't get away. They will catch me. And then... No, I won't run. I won't abandon Paulina.
Только учти, Сёма. Если он скакать не станет, ты сам за него поскачешь.
Этот чмошник и не станет? Да погляди на него, он же дурик конченый.
Этот дурик тебе уже раз в жбан зарядил.
Yeah, Ronka have a point here. I don't know if his name is Roma or if it's Ronka. I think there's a bit of problem with the subtitles.
Ромка прав.
Oh, it's Ronka.
Давай, толстый, восстанавливай авторитетно.
Или сам у нас запрыгаешь так, что тетяндра отцепится.
He must indeed be scared of Ronka. Simeon swore silent and glared first at me, then at Paulina.
Вот. Это чтобы маска хорошо налезла.
He hurled a huge ball of spit on the inside of the plastic bunny face and put it close to mine. His spit looked like a squashed spider. Ronka's face twisted. He spasmed like a beast, like he wanted to tell Simeon something, but then he suddenly stopped. Paulina covered her face with her hands in terror. Simeon was still close by, with a disgusting smirk on his face and a terrible smell coming from his mouth.
Надевай, быра! Оттурую!
The mask almost looked even more disgusting now, yet despite everything, I felt like it was a chance for salvation. I could become my second skin, if only I was to put it on. If only my face was to touch its bumpy surface. I'm sure the fur will glitter. The ear will tremble like they are alive. I just need to put it on, and Samuel and his friends will be gone. Forever. Oh, now I have two options. I can put on the mask that probably will lead it to the same scene, or I can be brave and tell them to get away. Wow, let's save. Man, there are actually a lot of options here. I just thought there would be one scene or another with some talk here and there, and something would happen. Wow, that's so nice, it's so cool. So I will do, already did this one, but I'm the feeling that they will change the scene now that we have Paulina at my side. But okay, I will leave that for another day, and we'll be continuing here on episode 2 to check out the other branches, to see if we can meet Alicia, and to see what will happen with Anton and Paulina here at this scene. Wow, this game is actually pretty interesting. I didn't thought about those branches. It's branching even more every time that choosing one kind of options. Pretty cool game. So let me change here a little bit. It's already up. Okay, it's working. So let's go, let's continue where we left off. So the last time we actually did one of the endings of the chapter 2. I don't know if the other endings will have something different or not. Maybe a dialogue or something else, and we're gonna check them today. There are some things that I need to do. One of them is fight, quote unquote, with Samian and Ranka. I think it was his name, I don't remember right now. I think it was Ranka, something like this. Need to fight them now. It's one of the options that I'm gonna try. And then after all this part of that I'm checking, I will go back to the school and try the Alicia path to see what will happen if we follow the fox. Let's load the game and let's go. Here it is. That's it. So as I said, I will tell them to go away. The first thing that I did when I played normally, I went and put on the mask. So I will try this, see what happens, and then I'll go back and try this one just to check now that Paulina is with me. But let's try this one first. For some reason, Ronka's disappointment with Samian made me feel brave. What was this again? Sorry, I forgot. I think I forgot to... Oh, okay, so it was about the Afghanistan war that Ronka was talking about. Something was wrong in their crew, some old disagreement. I should cut this old wood open.
Знаешь что, Семён?
My own voice, smooth and determined, was a huge surprise. I stepped forward and calmly proclaimed,
Иди нахуй.
Oh man. It felt like the whole world was paused for a second and then unpaused right away. Man, I'm gonna get beaten up, I'm pretty sure of that. Samian's pupils widened. The mask fell out of his meaty hands. He took a while to process my words, looking stunned as if he was trying to solve a difficult math problem, but the answer he got made him mad, judging by the bulging veins on his forehead. The others just observed the scene silently, waiting for the inevitable payback. I noticed Paulina's face stretch in horror. I threw a kick toward the layer of fat under the coat.
Да! Всыпь ему!
Nice. At the same moment, the world became fuzzy. The black trees and the faces of my classmates all... Wait. So she wasn't cheering for me.
Мои очки!
Что? Ничего не видишь без очков, мудила?
He threw up the hand that was holding my glasses toward the sky so I couldn't get to them.
Отдай! Сейчас же
Oh no. I was interrupted by a leading fist with a sharp sign that hit me in the brow, producing a cracking sound, throwing me to the frozen earth. Oh no. A circle of blurry faces dying from disgusting laughter was mocking me, making me want to puke. And as soon as I was almost able to catch my breath, a blurry figure rushed toward me, but instead of a new hit, I was offered an outreached hand. I immediately grabbed it, hoping it was Paulina, but I soon realized how wrong I was, after I felt the sting of dry blisters on the palm. It was Romka. He helped me stand up.
Правда ничего не видишь?
His voice sounded surprisingly compassionate. I squinted, trying to find Paulina in the fog before my eyes. She was gathering my things and putting them into my backpack.
Слышишь, хорошо?
Oh no, they're gonna hit my ears. He leaned in close and asked with a voice that was way less friendly.
Слышишь ты хорошо, Антошка?
Да.
I blinked in bewilderment.
Ну так слушай внимательно.
He brushed off my coat and then hit me in the jaw with all his might. My jaw clicked. If my tongue was bitten by my teeth at the moment, I would have not only lost my eyesight but also the ability to speak coherently. I staggered. The world around me spun like a peg top again. Ronka held me by the elbow, preventing me from falling over. Paulina screamed somewhere in the distance.
Anton!
Diasha locked her in his arms, preventing her from running to my side.
Это тебе аванс. Еще раз увижу тебя с Полинкой, хотя бы в метре от нее пеняй на себя.
Also, maybe he likes her.
Ты понял, а?
Да.
Чисто, чтобы закрепить.
Nice. Oh man. His fist landed on my temple. The world turned upside down. It felt like I was falling into the sky, the color of decaying meat. I grabbed the roots to stop myself from trembling. My consciousness was drifting on top of the abyss, gliding to its depths like a deflated balloon. I tried to get up. A blurry silhouette that probably belonged to Paulina was fighting back, but two others held her by the hands and dragged her away.
Мало ли, какие психи по лесу шастают.
Антоша, пускай отдохнет.
Полина!
Ronka boot met with my face. My hand got twisted, the back of my head hit the ice, my eyes rolled over. The darkness jumped out, took a stance, just to devour me. Tough luck. I turned around, dug my nose into the bedsheets, forced my eyes to open. Paintings on the walls, books, a pile of comic magazines. I felt up my chin, afraid that we would respond with sharp pain. My fingers slid across my face to my temple, no bumps, no pain. I sat up, blinking in surprise, fixed my glasses. Studied my hands, clean, without any mud under the nails. My school bag was reclined against the table. I heard bits and pieces of a conversation through the door. I was at home, in my bedroom. Did I get here myself? And what about the glasses? Did the same one return them? Paulina, maybe? Or an unknown friend? I decided to leave that question for later and look out the window. The forest had many secrets and it wasn't in a hurry to reveal them to me. Wait, I think I got lost on my thoughts here. Let me just go back a second. Oh, okay, so he's with glasses. Oh, this is different. This is different from what we saw. The clock on the nightstand showed 10 a.m. The sun was already above the horizon, but it didn't bring any warmth. The ticket cracked with its old bones. Oh, it's actually different. Okay, let me save. Just imagine what will happen if I go with Elysia, huh? This one is already different from before. I went out into the hallway and the conversation became clearer. Laughter. I hadn't heard Mom laugh in so long. In a silent house among the sneaking shadows. Or maybe he's not awake, maybe he just is dreaming about his mind just drift off and he's alone in the woods. Such an ordinary but dear laughter. I sneaked down the ladder as if afraid to ruin that moment.
Ну да, говорю, заяц у меня цирковой.
Боже, ты лучший.
А ты сомневалась.
Секундочку.
Жених и невеста.
When I entered the kitchen, Mom was kissing Dad on the forehead and he was gently stroking her shoulder. Olia sat between our parents, armed with a fork. A polka-dotted cooking pot emanated a pleasant aroma even with the lid on.
А вот и он.
Привет, Соня. Весь в отца.
The white canvas of a frosted window behind Mom's back made it look like she was painted there.
Садись, садись. В ногах, правда, нет. А завтрак – самое важное для здорового человека.
I sat down smiling, charmed by the whole scene. Oila winked at me and the lamp on the table flickered in unison with her.
Заспанный какой.
Какой есть? Наш родной. В детдом сдавать поздно.
Dad let out a dry laugh to show he was joking. Mom slapped him on the shoulder.
Ой, я голодная, страшно.
А мы, думаешь, просто так тут слюной капаем?
Братик, ты так кушать будешь?
Как?
I caught the sparkling gazes of my parents on myself. If I had a camera at that moment, I would take in a snap so I could always look at them smile. I wanted this beautiful moment to last forever. The light bulb went out and then came back. The window glass shuddered slightly.
Сними маску, сынок. Есть
Oh,
же
no.
неудобно.
Какую маску?
A silly smile got stuck to my face. Dad showed me his sturdy white teeth that looked like piano keys.
Снимай, снимай, заяц.
I slid my hands across my cheek, let out a laugh.
Вы о чем?
The whole family was laughing now, pointing their fingers at me and slapping their knees in the tablecloth. Dad whipped his wet eyes with his knuckles.
Ух, насмешил ты нас. Ну, молодец. А теперь маску сними, будь добр.
I touched my face again. My skin went numb.
Но на мне нет маски.
Mom fidgeted on her chair. She tilted her head and squinted. Oh man, what an ugly face. The canvas behind her back turned gray and kept getting darker with every passing moment.
Пока не снимешь,
What was
не
that?
начнем.
Но я не могу уже терпеть.
Сними маску, не валяй дурака.
His voice was kind but firm.
Мам, Тоша меня пугает.
Chair legs scraping against the floorboards, Oila moved away from me. She wasn't smiling anymore. Actually, there wasn't a single smile left in the room, if you don't count the cracks in the walls.
Что ты наделал? Твоя сестра плачет.
Но
Oilia sobbed, her eyes downcast, sneaking fearful glances at me. Mom slammed her fist on the table and I almost fell to the floor along with the chair.
сын называется. Мы веселились, а тут ты пришел. Испортил все.
Splashes of saliva flew at me. What is happening, man? I turned to Dad, begging him to explain what was going on. Sticky syrup trickled down Dad's beard, failing on his shirt. His eyes were looking in different directions. There was a loud sound in the attic. Water pipes grumbled. The house came to life. Every room had someone rustling, moving around, breathing in it. The light bulb started flickering like a stroboscope. The face of my parent disappeared into the darkness, only to appear again moments later. A tall shadow walked past the window. I was about to jump up and run away, but my body wasn't listening to my commands. My hands just obediently stayed on the table. I became an onlooker. The lights went off. I spent 3 heartbeats in complete darkness. Then the bulb flashed with blinding light. 3 masks were looking at me with their gaping eyes. A fox woman, where my mom was just a moment ago. A wolfman at the head of the table. And a bunny girl, my Oilia. I couldn't even ask why they put on those weird, scary animal faces, and why the fur on them was moving, as if there's something writhing inside the masks, making the papier-mâché bulge. My tongue didn't listen to the brain's commands. I could only shift my gaze between the masks, watching the long, twisted shadows behind the backs of my family.
Кушать подано!
She tore off the lid from the pot. A cut-off head was lying in the bloody grave. A pair of glazed eyes was drilling me from inside the pot. Its mouth was open in a silent scream. The head at the bottom of the pot belonged to me. Blood from the cut-off head ran down the agonized face. At the same time, something hot started streaming from my nostrils. Scarlet drops peppered the tablecloth.
Ешь!
I screamed. And that's so creepy. Oh man, that was so creepy. But it's so good. I jumped up. My jaw was burning, as were my temples. The kitchen, the beasts in animal masks, and the dead head. Everything was gone. Everything but the goddamn mask that was haunting me. One of the delinquents put it on my face for the laughs. Oh man. I tore off the bunny face that had already stuck to my face. Threw it into the darkness and realized that I woke up near the crumbled snowman in the forest. Covered in snow and coniferous needles, without my glasses and with a smashed face. So I black out horribly. Pulsating pain seemed like a gift compared to the horrors I just witnessed in my dream. I stood up, spitting out blood. The forest kept me in a cage with its wooden bars. I didn't know how long I was out. My limbs were numb from the cold, my pants were soaking wet. I stood alone in a ring of towering trunks, not able to see anything. The world around me moved and vibrated. My ears were plugged up from all the rustling. The treetops melted into the cosmic darkness. The bushes became cages, their hostages suddenly set free. It felt like a paw with giant claws could find its way out of the darkness and grab my stunned face at any moment. I heard a scream somewhere far away.
Anton!
Someone was looking for me, just like that boy who went missing. Tears stung my eyes. A heavy drop fell from my lashes.
Anton!
Oh, I think it's his dad, probably. The scream was closer now, and for a moment I even believed that I was about to be saved.
Я здесь!
The light hit my face. I covered it with my hand. Flashlights raised light down.
Антон!
Slid down.
Вот ты где. Ты совсем сдурел? Это вообще как понимать?
My dad walked out from the shadows. I went toward him, hoping that he won't melt, that he's not another trick that was played on me by my insane brain. He turned out to be real, warm and alive.
Язык проглотил? Я встретил твою одноклассницу на дороге. Она сказала...
Branches cracked in the distance. I pressed myself into my father's chest, engulfed by fear. He started looking around, alerted, and spoke in a tone of voice that was much more nervous.
Так, пойдем отсюда скорее. Мать узнает, такой нагоняй нам устроит, мало не покажется.
I reached out for my father, still feeling the chilling embrace of fear. I grabbed his firm hand, felt his quick pulse with my fingertips, then stood up and wobbled along behind my father, following his barely discernible footprints. Back to civilization, back to light, back to the road where my dad parked his car.
Чтобы дома ни слова, ясно? Ни единого намека, где я тебя нашел.
Да, пап.
He was holding my hand as if it was the most precious thing in the world and kept telling me how afraid he is of losing me or Olya. I nodded and obediently moved my legs. Only when we got to the car, Dad noticed my scratches. So that was... I was questioning myself about that. Okay.
Тебя били?
I felt up my cheek.
Подрался.
Из-за чего?
Из-за девушки.
Dad replied with a thoughtful nod. I heard the low hum of the engine. My dad wore a fearful expression. It wasn't that sticky fear that paralyzed me in the nightmare, though. His fear was a noble, crystal-clear diamond. I'm just looking outside to see if something will appear. He opened the glove box and pulled out napkins.
Мама бы сейчас меня не одобрила, но вот что, сынок.
Oh, there's a gun there.
Драться за девушку — это правильно. Да, нужно решать конфликт словами, но иногда слова не помогают.
Dad flashed an encouraging smile at me. Right as he was about to close the glove box, I noticed a handle peeking from under a hug. He was carrying a gun around. My dad, a member of intelligentsia, had a pistol with him, just like an action movie hero. Or like an ordinary thug. Some voice whispered to me, "Wait, what?" Pines were flying by in the window. The car's headlights struggled against the darkness. We were driving home. Daddy cautiously stood at me in the back mirror. I thought about the gun, about my dreams, about people in animal masks that pretended to be my parents. And the white snowflakes just kept dancing in the starry sky. This is the same.
А
Oh no,
вот и мы.
different again.
Явились, не запылились.
Mom was going down the stairs, piercing Dad with her trademark glare. Her face showed me something between wrath and condensation. Suddenly, her gaze shifted to me and stayed for a dangerously long time.
Так, я не поняла.
So from what
Антон, а
I...
где очки?
Oh, sorry.
Потерял?
So from what I can see, it actually changed some chunk of this playthrough, because now we are in the house. Dad is with me. The scene is almost the same from what I remember. We got here without the glasses. Mom got mad with us, so maybe it will be the same scene from the when I got to bed. But we'll check that out. Come on, let's go.
Да в школе поди забыл, простофиля.
Oh. A venomous pause followed.
Весь в тебя.
Dad glared at Mom and then mischievously winked at me, reminding me of our deal.
Ну ничего, есть же запасные. Проживем как-нибудь.
My parents stood in silence a bit longer, and then both of them went to mind their own business. Olia threw herself into my arms before I could even take off my coat.
А я лису видела!
Surprise akin to a shotgun blast. I could only flap my lips in reply. A cup shattered into many little pieces with a loud tang. My mom let it fall from her hands. Her face was pale and her eyes were glued to the ground. This pause, just a split second, felt like an eternity. Then my mom spoke with disappointment.
То сова, то лиса. Когда ж тебе надоест?
Правда, правда! Такая пушистая! Она у забора стояла на задних лапах, совсем как человек. Она меня позвала, а тут мама вышла, и лиса убежала.
Не было там никакой лисы. Не выдумывай.
Не подходи к ней.
If it was necessary, I was ready to shake my sister as if she was a doll made of cloth.
Ты чего, Тоша?
Oh, sorry.
Не подходи, слышишь?
Mom entered the hallway and gave me a surprised look. I hesitated.
Ну, лиса ведь укусить может.
I remember fairy tales where foxes used to kidnap children. I imagined Alisa, liberated carnivores, running through the night forest with a dangling sack in her hands.
Это ж была не настоящая лиса. Расскажи ему, Оль.
Она на двух ногах ходила, а еще была в платье одета. Только она была взаправду.
Видишь?
Mom showed us a tired smile, as if it was the only explanation needed. I also forced myself to smile. My smile was like a thin piece of soup, right before it dissolves completely on your palm. But when I was left alone with my sister, I whispered,
Еще раз увидишь ее, беги.
memories about my family and disgusting masks attacked, bombarded me like the underhanded blows of my classmates. The furry faces of my family stood before my eyes, their toothy mouths full of thick saliva. What's happening to me? What kind of tricks in my mind? What kind of tricks is my mind playing on me? This bunny mask was real. It just appeared in my school bag out of nowhere, as if I never threw it away in the forest. I shut my eyes and threw the vitamins in my mouth, washed them down with water. Please stop driving me mad, please. I barely managed to force myself to do homework, with those math problems just refused to be solved. Numbers in my notebook tumbled around and mixed in a whirling dance, sometimes running over the lines. My head became heavy from that pandemonium, and I almost dropped it into the chain of numbers. My eyelids felt like there were tiny weights tied to them, the type used in grocery stores. I think this dream is the same. And right at that moment, I surrendered and closed my notebook. The memories of my day started flashing before my eyes. I was in the middle of the stuffy school corridor. Katya will appear, right? I could see the literature classroom from here, the faces of daddy classical writers on their portraits, the prim and wrinkled pose of our homeroom teacher, Lilia Pavlovna. And around that corner was her daughter, Katia, a snitch and a gossip, eagerly waiting for me.
Эй, новенький, новенький.
Чего тебе, Кать?
She got on her tiptoes and started swaying, while hiding her hands behind her back, and then asked me with a fake smile on her face.
Скажи, пожалуйста, а чего это тебя к нам перевели, а?
I might have told the truth about this to Paulina, but Katya here will sell it on the market for 3 kopeikas. It would be the same as printing all my thoughts and hanging them near Volva's picture for everyone to see. So I reverted to an answer I knew by
Это
heart.
все из-за моих родителей. У папы тут новая работа, а мама...
But Katia didn't even listen to me, just rushed toward the perked up ears of her friends, whispered something while stealing glances at me and giggling.
Да-да, конечно, конечно. У нас тут совсем за дурачков держит. Я вот слыхала, что это все из-за его отца. Он недавно кому-то крутому дорогу перешел, и теперь они всей своей семейкой в нашем захолустье скрываются.
Неправда! Ты все врешь!
А слышали? Слышали, как ему бабурин всыпал? А этот лишь ручки опустил, да глазенки потупил.
Прекрати! Ты знаешь, он не один был!
И будто этого мало. Ходят слухи, что этот чудик повсюду таскает с собой заячью маску. Ой, девочки, ну кто же в своем уме будет такое делать? Ясно, понятно. Со странностями наш Антошка. Может, слабоумный, а может и маньяк. Если в его портфеле хорошо покопаться, там и топор отыскать можно. А может, что и похуже. Да-да-да.
Замолчи! Заткнись!
Ха! Вон как раскричался-то, будто ужаленный. А зрачки какие широкие. Опять чего доброго с катушек слетит и руки распускать начнет. Не зря же его мать с таблетками пичкает.
I just stood there in confusion, trying in vain to understand how she was able to find out about my medicine. And what scared me even more was the possibility of a horrifying truth hiding among her shadow.
Да-да. Он такой же ненормальный, как и его сестрица. Представляете, к этой сумасшедшей дурочке каждую ночь прилетает сова ростом с человека. Да-да. Только что-то ее никто из здоровых людей не видел. А этот наивный простак ей верит. Нет, ну вы представляете?
And then I caught a single kind look from the smirking crowd.
Как же так, Антон? Неужели действительно тебе не здоровится?
Полина, послушай меня.
Как же? Не слушай этого болтуна, Полиночка. Свистит он, что в Москве бывал, как пить дать. Это ничтожество даже постоять за себя не может. А при случае и за тебя не заступится. Бросит, думая, как бы только самому по шее не схлопотать. Слабак.
Paulina slouched as if someone kicked her in the stomach, and then burst out in tears and fell to the dirty floor, wailing and screaming. Oh, hello, Trolltops. Yes, this is a Russian horror game. It's a pretty interesting one. I think you'll like it. It's pretty creepy, actually. I couldn't understand her reaction, but I still rushed to Paulina's side before getting shoved violently by Katia.
Убери от нее свои лапы, чудовище!
Rage was building up under the vein of my fear. It slowly rose from the cloudy mist. I felt my upper lip creep up, showing my teeth.
То, что твой отец бьет мать, еще не дает тебе права поднимать руку на девушку.
My fists became hammers. I couldn't unclench them. Nobody can speak about my family like that. I came to my senses when I already lunged at the angry Katia.
Слетел-таки! Слетел! Спасите! Помогите! Петро с катушек слетел!
At the same moment, the crowd around her became louder. It started whistling and roaring and growing. The slender silhouettes of students became larger, wider. They shot upward toward the ceiling, turned into a giant black forest, chock full of toothy faces. They shrank to a tiny ball of fur and started shaking in fear before the might of ulcerating trunks that belonged to either trees or humans. It was impossible to tell.
Вот ты и показал свое животное нутро. Трус!
Katia's face was twisted by jubilation and ecstasy. Paulina screamed while choking on her tears.
Он! Животное! Чужак!
A scary flapping of wings came from the forest. A pair of giant white ears descended somewhere from above, and I dug myself into them.
Пожалуйста! Вставай!
I jumped up, almost failing out of bed. Apparently, I was thrashing around for hours on the sweat-soaked sheets. Olia's scream pulled me out, set me free from the tentacles of fear.
Антон! Пожалуйста!
It took my eyes a while to focus on the silhouette near the window. Olia's voice was distant. My head was still ringing after the fight. Sounds got distorted as if my ears were stuffed with cotton. My sister, as distressed as ever, just kept on repeating the same phrase.
Сова! Сова! Пожалуйста! Я боюсь!
Her tears poured on my heart like boiling water, but I was almost thankful for the owl's appearance. Otherwise, this scared Olia wouldn't have woken me up.
Оля, я сейчас. Хочешь, я тебе Мурзилку почитаю?
Let me check this. Murzilka, Soviet and Russian monthly illustrated magazine for kids. It has been published since 1924. The magazine uses an unidentified yellow creature wearing a scarf and a red beret as its mascot. Writers like Samuel, not gonna try to pronounce it, I'm sorry, contributed to the magazine earlier in their careers.
Подожди.
I placed my bare heels on the cold floor, felt around for my glasses. Remember Simeon, his underhanded act and sign.
Антон! Пожалуйста! Пожалуйста! Посмотри!
She couldn't tear her eyes off the window as if it was a staring contest. I found the light switch with my hand. The lamp powered bright light all over me. Got up from bed. My vision fooled me, moving the window closer only to push it farther the next moment. My sister was just a blurry spot. I hesitated, but still stepped forward.
Что там? Что-то случилось? Ты хочешь, чтобы я открыл шторы?
Нет, не надо! Там же сова!
The voice was coming from behind. I turned around and froze in terror. Teary-eyed Olia stood in the doorway.
С кем ты разговаривал, братик?
She stared at me with eyes that were red from crying, with her hands wrapped around her shoulders. Her voice was nervous, as if she was afraid to hear my answer.
Я разговаривал с тобой, с тем, кто притворился тобой.
The ledge outside my windows creaked ominously, as if something huge was sitting on top of it. And that thing that pretended to be Olia started spreading, changing shape, grow to scare heights under the light of a carnivorous moon. The voice didn't belong to my sister anymore. The thing that was hiding behind my curtains got tired of pretending, make me look like a fool. I pinched myself as hard as I could, hoping that the silhouette near the window was just a continuation of my nightmare and a hallucination, brought up by the cursed house, and those don't bind, do they? The silhouette was towering before me under the veil of mist. I heard Olia's shrill scream when someone had knocked on the window. Another knock. I stepped back into the middle of the room, as if there existed knocks where I could hide from this horror. The sound was sharp, metallic. The lamp started shimmering, then it suddenly lightened the whole room and went out, like a candle under strong wind. The filament inside the bulb snapped with a ringing sound. The darkness that was waiting for that exact moment powered from all the angles and enveloped me. There was only this window left in the whole universe. Moonlight powered through, painting everything the color of bones that were exhumed from a crypt. Olia started squealing and pressed herself into my back, seeking protection. And then an eye, burning with carnivorous fire, stared at us from the window. No, it wasn't trying to break the window, it was toying with us. It just kept on knocking, driving us mad. As if a giant clock was measuring the time left for us, its pendulum swinging above the abyss.
Уходи! Убирайся! Пошла прочь!
She was screaming in desperation, her hands clutching my arm like a pair of pincers. I could barely make out a pair of wings that spread out above the black spot.
Скажи ей, Антон! Скажи, что я больше не буду себя плохо вести! Никогда! Только пусть она уйдет! Пожалуйста!
The moonlight suddenly disappeared and the room descended into darkness. We couldn't see the burning eye anymore. I swallowed the stingy lump that was stuck in my throat. I stepped toward the curtains, entranced by the call of the disfigured guest.
Не буду, не буду, не буду!
Oilia was standing behind me, mumbling, "I'll be good, I'll be good, I'll be good." The bleak window was creeping closer, curtains rustled. I reached out to move them aside so I could look my fear in the eye. At that moment, I heard a noise coming from our parents' bedroom. Without thinking, I pulled the curtain to the side in one swing. Nothing. Though there was something shining on the ledge among the scattered feathers. My glasses. The one that Simeon took from me. How did they get here? Was that a gift from the gurgling night? Did that owl really bring them here? I looked at the front yard, at the foreboding clearing, at the toothy forest. Not a soul, not even a hint of our late guest. Only the old lamppost, napping like a lone watchman among the snowy desert. The dry window frame creaked. I tore away the insulation tape and the stipes of glued newspaper. Window insulation. Before plastic windows became widely accessible in Russia, the cracks in frames of wooden windows were filled with cotton or pieces of cloth and sealed with self-adhesive tape or strips of newspaper soaked in soapy water to conserve heat in winter. I barely managed to open the window. Frost stung me with its little needles. The painting on my walls moved from the draft. I touched my glasses, sure they would melt in my hand, but they were real. My brain was scrambling for an explanation. Simeon and his gang just pulled a prank on me. That was it. That's it. A smooth white blanket was glittering under the street lamp just outside our yard. If anybody was to get close to the house, to climb the pipe to the ledge of my window, they would surely leave footprints, but there were none. I cautiously took my glasses. My wrist was still intact. Nobody pulled me into the darkness, full of restless writing.
Вы почему не спите?
I swayed from surprise and almost fell out of the window.
Совсем сдурели? Жарко, что ли? Не болели давно?
Там сова была! Тоша ее прогнал!
А ну-ка марш спать к себе в комнату! А с тобой?
Mom paused, directing her seething eyes at me. She was thinking of a punishment equivalent to my crime. In the end, she just waved her hand, took Oilia by the shoulder and left, throwing gloomy words my way. I managed to get the frame back in place with a couple of hits, pressed in the latches with all the strength my fingers could muster. The cold left the room, but the fear was still present. I placed my glasses on my nose and started studying my reflection in the window. It didn't look like a face, more like a death mask. just like on that boy from the notice board. That night I was on the edge of joining him there. A black and white face was staring at me through the clearing between student heads. And it wasn't Volva, his face was right beside it. I recognized the fat cheeks, the damaged skin. Samian. Attention, child missing, Samian Baburin, 13 years old, grade 6B. He left for school in the morning of January 16 and never returned. Features, okay. Black Mickey hatch, Alaska boots, please call the number, okay. Baburin's photo was printed out and placed under the glass like an exhibition piece. Okay, so this was the second ending. The first one didn't change so much from this, just some dialogue and cutscenes. No, just dialogues. From the last time that I did this part, it changed in the middle. After I'm leaving the school, now that I called Paulina to go out with me and take her home, the scene changed. But now I will try the Alisa one. I think Alisa will be different. I'm gonna save the game. Just save it here. Oh wait, sorry, load. Now let's go back and try the Alisa version to see what will happen. I think Alisa will be the most different one, because I think it should take us to the forest, different from the other scenes that I did. So let's check that. Yes. Okay, so let's now see Alisa. After closing my backpack, I ran down the stairs. I scanned my surroundings through the window in the main hall. Nobody suspicious in sight. The school doors creaked. The sound was similar to the music from a thriller, the high note that comes before an intense scene. I ran around the school corner, trying not to catch anyone's attention. The smell of pastry and burnt sugar wafted from the school cafeteria. I froze when I saw a silhouette in the second-floor window. It must be Paulina, gliding about on violin strings with her head slightly tilted to the side. I wish I could hear the melody she played, but Paulina was only a dark outline on the window's yellow sheet. I dragged my feet forward. There's a man here. Oh, so this is the hanged man that Alisa talked about back there. The net on a football goal in the yard fluttered in the wind. Okay, some words here, and probably this guard again. He appeared in the forest on the other ending. Why he's here? The same wind that hurled small white whirlwinds through the field. Somewhere nearby, an invisible tractor was humming, scaring away the crowd of the cawing birds. The hum of its engine sounded like the howls of hungry beasts that chased me through the snowy desert. Alisa and her scary mask also came to mind. Right now, in the light of day, it was really hard to believe she was real. What did she say back then? At the backyard, near the hanged man. What did she mean by that? Probably this, but let's check the eye to see with what we can interact. I will not interact with the wall right now. I will save first. And I will check the animal up here. A forest squirrel chomping on sunflower seeds. Someone from the school is probably feeding her interesting. Sorry. Now the man.
Извините.
The silhouette turned around the corner and walked deeper into the dead end. leaving cigarette smoke in its wake. It was an adult, a teacher, maybe. Okay, so now let's check the floor with the needle. What is that? I used syringe among the cigarette butts. I hope somebody just needed an insulin shot. Oh, so maybe it was Semyon and Ronka gang. I think it were they, because when we fight them on the last ending, Anton talked about the smell of tobacco and sweat that he felt around them. So maybe they were using drugs around here. Now the hanged man. I looked at the wall. There was a hanged man drawn under the black line made of resin. Someone was playing here. Something was scribbled on the both sides of the man. Escape, fear, truth. Well, Lizzie is here. It took me a while to realize where the sound was coming from. My eyes darted back and forth, looking at the empty code sack at the school's backyard, at the window that reflected sunlight at the snow. Examine. One of the snow piles started trembling like a volcano before it erupts. Oh my god. In the blink of an eye, the white crust crumbled and a fox jumped at me. She made a gracious bow, enjoying the effect her appearance had on me. The silver of snow shined on her coat. I couldn't even imagine that thinking about girls with tails can be this. I don't know what to compare it to. Something infectious? Toxically sweet? She giggled so enthusiastically that it forced me to smile.
Да ну тебя!
It's so bizarre, this angle, and with the face open. I quickly rolled a ball of snow and threw it at Alisa. She tried to dodge, but it was too late. A hit to the shoulder.
Ох ты ж! Гадкий мальчишка! Да, вот такой я!
From this angle, it looks like a real face. Looks like it's actually a big animal and not a mask. The fox is slowly backing down, trying to arm herself.
Ты хитер, да мы хитрей. Ловок ты, да мы ловчей.
Her retribution was swift. A snowball arced its way above the snowy yard and the ravens flying in the air. I wanted to duck, but slipped and fell to my knees. And while I was getting up, I caught a huge chunk of snow with my face. It burned up from the cold. I swore loudly from immense disappointment.
Блять!
Using the words I heard in Sector Gaza's songs on the cassette I hid from my parents. Let's check. Sector Gaza, a Soviet and Russian rock band that played that so-called hillbilly punk, founded by songwriter and singer Yura Koi. The band often paid homages to popular Western rock bands and used a lot of profanity and fairy tale themes in their lyrics. Supposedly died from overdosing on drugs. Interesting. If Daddy heard this, he would definitely give me a good wiping. He had very low tolerance toward obscene words and always communicated in clean Russian.
Да ладно тебе.
Just a second, guys, please. Just let me check something here. Okay, so everything's okay. So let's keep on going.
Не больно же совсем.
She brushed off my hood as if to show compassion, took me by the elbow and helped me get up. With a care uncharacteristic for a child, she took off my glasses, blew away the snowflakes that were stuck to them, and handed them back.
Вот так. 1-1, Тоша.
Only people who were close to me called me that. And I haven't even seen her real face, didn't know her last name. what class she was from, and if she had a real tail under her coat.
Желаешь отыграться?
Мы хотели поискать Вову, помнишь? Лучше поторопиться, а то меня родители станут искать.
Родители.
So bizarre. What was that?
Как скучно. Да не будь ты таким занудой.
Must be some kind of monster, right? Or some kind of magical mask, I don't know.
Давай чуть-чуть поиграем. Все равно тебе дома тоскливо.
А ты откуда знаешь?
Тоже мне тайна. Со взрослыми да в 4 стенах. Тоска смертная. Всегда. У меня от стены взрослых нервный тик. Вот.
Her furry fox brow started twitching. I faked a laugh in reply, unsure whether being able to move parts of her mask like that was genuinely funny or not. Okay, so it must be her real face, or she turned into this. Man, what is going on?
Ну же, Тоша, решайся. Я же вижу, ты хочешь поиграть. Если победишь...
The fox girl got dangerously close to me and stood on her tiptoes, almost touching my face with her rough little nose. Playful fires danced deep in her eyes. She smelled nice, like berries and saccharin? Sorry, don't know how to pronounce that. Is this the smell of independence and true freedom? I mean, the kind where all of you have to do in your life is run wild and eat sweets? Her whisper powered into my ear like scalding hot water.
Если победишь, буду твоим провожатым. Поверь, мне есть что тебе показать. Найдем твоего Вову.
I felt as if a giant invisible spring bent inside me. My tummy hurt, but the sensation was somehow not exactly unpleasant. It was so weird. I just had a conversation with Paulina and now Alisa was going to drag me along with her. I felt like my mind was becoming blurry, splitting in two, like those gravestones on the TV record. Maybe this will be one of the ways that we can beat this game when the other chapters come out. Like I can follow the path of the animal or something like that and trying to find Volva and maybe other kids that were caught in lies inside the wood or something like that. Because I don't think, for now, that Alisa is a good creature person. As a fox, it tries to do tricks, trick people, trick other animals, and things like that. So maybe she's trying to trick me, trying to show some kind of sensible side, that she is funny, that she's nice and everything, that she wants to go to me with the woods, but maybe it's just a trick to get me killed, or maybe transform Anton onto an animal as well. That's at least what I think about it.
А если проиграю?
Душу из тебя выцарапаю, неженка. Давай, скорей!
She burst out laughing, wiping the hem of her coat, and ran toward the road we used to come to school in the morning. Her promise, that sounded almost like a treat, hypnotized me. I bent down and scooped up some snow. I wish I had a device that could tell whether Alisa was joking or being serious. Okay, so he's suspicious about her as well. Thank God Anton is not such a dumb boy. Or is there always a third option with people like her? Between her jokes, her laughter, and her hot breath on my ear, I wanted to win. To punish her for the lightness and freedom she possessed, that was clearly too much for an average girl. When I, on the other hand, was possessed, or rather intoxicated by the thirst for adventure, by my curiosity. Just like that time when I ate the cherries from Mom's Nalivka, gonna check that later, and lie down with my eyes closed while the bed was spinning underneath me. A sweet alcoholic drink made from fruits and berries, often called berry vodka. It normally contains only 25 to 30% of alcohol. Oh, just only that, okay. I pat, then cleaned my lips. Do you want to play, little fox? Well then, let's play. I armed myself with a snowball and chased the fleeing fox girl. I saw a familiar street with wooden posts that didn't look scary anymore. They were just logs covered in snow. If I were to shout now, the guard dogs would start barking and their owners would peek out of their window. Alisa's small silhouette was mocking me from far away, so it was useless to try hitting her with a snowball for now. Waste of ammunition. Birches, broken by the cold, peeked out along the cleared road. A giant snow pile towered near one of the trees. This was probably the place where the tractor bought all the snow from the village. A whole family of foxes would fit in such a pile. No, I thought. She's the only fox around here. She alone. She alone is already too much. Oh, the dog. My second morning acquaintance was running around near the edge of the forest, the stray dog with a mangy tail. She sniffed around, marked the naked black currant bush, and ran toward the next one. Alisa showed up from under the hill. The dog ears perked up, it barked in agreement, and followed the girl's lead. We ran farther and farther, exchanging snowballs, laughing and stumbling. The winter forest rose in front of us, reaching for the low clouds with its treetops. We were at the edge of its shadow, bony and almost material. The fox hid behind a huge pine, clearly trying to get close to me and shove some snow under my collar. It was a good plan, but Zuka, who was running circles around her, gave her away. I broke off a dry branch and decided to act even trickier. Oh. I put my hat on it and brought it to the side of the pine. I will make her think it's my head. I bit my lip to stop myself from laughing. Jin jumped out of the other side and threw a point-blank snowball. Alisa probably cracked my plan right away, but still let me win 3-1. I was wounded in the leg and she got shot in the chest and the stomach, losing imaginary blood in front of my eyes. Pleading for mercy while also choking from laughter.
Все, живи!
Спасибо, добрый рыцарь.
She pretended to bow to me, then grabbed two full handfuls of snow and like a dying warrior, threw them my way in a last-ditch effort. I dodged her attack easily, laughing uncontrollably, and being mad at the same time. I finished her with 2 precise shots.
Живи. Научил бы меня жить, раз умный такой.
Молчи, ты умерла уже!
Тоже мне помеха. Давай сыграем в кое-что поинтереснее.
Oh, man. She dashed behind the trees after blowing snow in my direction.
Раз, два, прилети, сова.
Oh no, she's singing the song of Olia. Or maybe she knows Olia? Somehow? Or maybe this is a common song among the people of here on this Russian world for some reason. But this is the song of Olia. Why is she singing this?
3, 4, 5. Время поиграть.
I hesitantly moved toward the windfall.
6, да, 6. Дыбом волчья шерсть.
Oh, okay, so sorry. This was the It's not just Oilia song, it's the folklore music that Paulina informed us about. I thought I saw a real tail glide across the bushes. As if on a leash, I rushed to the intertwined branches that helped Alisa hide. I had to move them, tear them off like a spider web. Branches sprang back in my face, but it felt like they were caressing my cheeks instead of hitting them. I was sweaty, but still had a lot of stamina left. I will make sure to catch you, little fox. Alisa's voice wandered behind the windfall.
7, 8, бьем копытом озимь! А я тебя недооценила. Думала, ты просто мальчик.
Confident that she was behind the dry pine, I rushed to intercept her. But the local acoustic tricked me. Her voice was already echoing from the other side.
А ты зайчик!
You are a bunny. Oh man, she's gonna get her. She's gonna get me.
Шустренький, хорошенький.
A snowball flew at me from the shadows, whistling past my ear.
Я тебе дам, зайчик.
Дай мне зайчика, дай!
A bright fox coat flashed near a rotten stump. I rushed there, jumping over the ravine.
Зайчик, выходи скорей! Мясом накорми зверей!
Oh man, why is she saying this? This fur collar that flashed from every tree was the most important thing in the world for me. My lips started trembling as if I was a hound chasing its prey. One jump and the fox was in my embrace, so smooth, so desirable.
Все, ты победил!
She leaned against the scratchy bark and started puffing.
Пожалуйста, давай немного отдохнем. Ты слишком быстрый, слишком сильный,
And she wants to eat me.
лакомый.
It's a monster. She's
слишком.
gonna kill me. Satisfied, I put my hands on my sides, waiting for the spoils of war from the defeated girl. But what I got instead was a sly snowball in my smuggy face. The cunning fox ran away, roaring with laughter, but I wasn't even mad about it. I needed to catch up to Alisa to tackle and subdue her, tear off her mask and see everything.
Бедный зайчик прыгает возле мокрых сосен. Страшно в лапы волку, серому
Grey
попасть.
Wolf, what's she talking about?
Думает о лете, прижимает уши. На небо косится, небо не видать.
The sky really did disappear under the trees. I moved using Zuka's barks as a guide since she was following her owner closely. I was catching up. The same trail I imagined at school was snaking under my feet. It turned out that running like there's no tomorrow was so easy. Faster, higher, faster. I felt like there was a well of untapped power inside me, and I drew from it. My muscles were buzzing, my lungs felt bigger, and I felt much stronger overall. Even my vision became sharper. I saw every ice branch, every dent in the dark. A vivid object was lying near the bushes, a piece of clothing. There was another colorful spot to the right. Alisa was losing her clothes on the run, like oh man. Oh man, a big fox or a big wolf is going to appear, pretty sure of that. Gonna die, oh man. Excited to no end, I took off my mittens with my... Why he's doing this, man? Just go back to your house. What? Are you crazy? I will get naked and feel the wind with every pore. Or maybe the fact that she's doing that she's becoming the animal, she's becoming his animal as well, like the dream in the last ending that we saw about you are accepting your true nature, your true animal, the animal inside you. So maybe he's becoming the bunny. maybe in a metaphor way at the moment. Faster! I reached out to take off my hat, to throw away everything that stopped me from running wild in this endless forest. The backpack slowed me down, so I threw it in the snow along with all the pens that were inside, with all the notebooks, all of my drawings on the sidelines, and a dinosaur for Oilia. Oilia. Suddenly a clear picture appeared in my mind. My sister is standing still near the window, basking in the setting sun. Her small palms are pressed against the glass, leaving marks after warming it up. She could have warmed up the whole world like that. She's looking at the taiga, repeating my name.
Тоша!
I stopped, took a deep breath, and realized how harsh and stupid I was, trying to undress in the middle of a forest while chasing a fox. I returned to get my backpack, the backpack I dropped, as if it was part of my being. Okay, so he's coming back to his senses, so he was probably actually turning into something now. Okay. Once more, I remembered how much my sister rated being left alone, how she begged me to come home faster. What kind of brother I am? Running the same forest I used to scare my sister with. I'm having fun while she's not even allowed out of the front door. She's trapped in a cage, watching the same cartoons over and over.
Тоша!
Да, Оленька.
Тоша, а куда? Куда так скачешь, чмошник?
What? What? Oh no, the boy! From the darkness behind the pine, just like cavemen from their cave, appeared this monkey Samuel with a bunch of his cronies. Okay, so it was almost like the same. The last time that we did this, we came with Paulina here, and she helped us build a snowman, and she saw something in the forest, and then the boys came. This time we are actually chasing Alisa and turning into the animal, our inside animal maybe, but we are alone here again like the first time that we did this, but let's see what will happen. Maybe Alisa will help us this time. Let me read it again. From the darkness behind the pines, just like cavemen from their cave, appeared smirking Simeon with a bunch of his cronies.
Ну, здорово, Антошка.
Не вышло сдрыснуть, да?
Очкарик в жопе шарик на.
They surrounded me like a carnivorous pride, making me step back. The smell of sweat and tobacco, as I said, attacked my nostrils. The inside of my mouth felt salty, as if I would licked a battery.
Алиса!
Oh, he said her name. The name of my companion turned into a stifled cough. Pines were swaying back and forth like sullen guardians. I was frantically looking everywhere. I dreamt of finding that fox among the trees, expected her to come to my rescue, but only the wind replied to my pleas.
Где Алиса? Что вы с ней сделали?
I shuddered upon hearing my voice. It sounded unnatural, primal, and scary.
Какая еще Алиса? У тебя чё, кукуха поехала? Не ссы, ща вмиг вылечим.
The fossil spat through the gap in his teeth and shoved me so hard that I hit my back against a tree.
Ну как, полегчало?
It can't be. Did Alisa Liri lure me into this trap to these bastards? Interesting that he said this. Why would she do this? If she... Maybe she's trying to... Oh. Okay, let's keep on going. I don't have ideas right now. No. I can't believe this.
Глядите-ка, пацаны, а здесь он не такой борзый, как в школе.
Ага, вылитый терпиловна.
Ты, Сука приезжая. Не на того руку поднял.
Simon was moving toward me, readying his fist. What? At that moment, okay, so it was Ronka. In that moment, the other delinquent in track pants made a loud whistle, and the hulking boy lowered his hand. It was unexpected, since like Baburian wasn't the leader of this gang. In reality, they were all listening to the boy who was looking like a small carnivore with very strong and sharp teeth. Probably decided to have some fun at my expense first.
Слышь, Гандон Батькович, это что ли твоя Алиса?
Only then I noticed Zuka beside my legs, trembling from the cold, snow plastered all over its fur. The delinquent squatted in front of the dog and beckoned it with its hand.
Ой ты, батюшки. Алиса, ко мне, сучка блохастая.
The others let out nasty laughs. The dog's ears perked up, and she started carefully moving closer.
Иди сюда. Иди, дам кое-чего.
Such a jerk, man. The dog didn't even have a chance to sniff him when this animal abuser caught it by the ear and kicked it right under the tail so hard it flew into the nearest snow pile, squealing. The whole gang burst out laughing, and my heart got encrusted in ice. Even the birds that were perched up on the tree branches let out frightened calls. At the edge of my vision, I saw something flash in the illusionary twilight of the sleeping forest, or were there just the bushes moving their icy branches in the wind?
Робка, она ж больше срать не сможет. Давай теперь я. Второй раз ебану минус на минус даст плюс.
But the stray was already nowhere to be seen.
Чего ты, баран? Втолкуй его на очкарику, где его место. Только так, чтобы он понял.
Ага, за ним кофякна. Этот очкарик тебе при всем классе всек.
Да без Б.
Damien brought a sizable signed ring with some geometric shape carved in it up to my face.
Ща, парашник, я тебе этой печаткой так заряжу. Клеймо на всю жизнь останется.
Where did all of my inner strength and bravery go?
Стой!
Stop! A wise whisper left my lips and my head tilted forward, hitting Simeon's fist. Red sparks flew from my eyes.
Бяша, подсоби.
Simeon gave me a rough push toward the bastard with the slanting eyes, and he tripped me. I fell on the sharp crust of ice, and the fatso stepped on my hand, preventing my from getting up. A painful groan escaped my throat.
Слыхали, как заныл? А ты случаем не педик?
I started to lose breath from anger and resentment. The pain was growing. My ear was hot, and pulsating pain was shooting through it, like it was cut off, and a ball of needle was sewn in its place.
Че молчишь, Антошка? Отвечай, ты педик?
At this moment I felt pure, unbridled rage, the amalgamation of my anger. Like the sprout's ink, it rose up from the depths of my mind, filling all my thoughts.
Твари! Знаете, что мой отец...
Кто-то педик.
Simon burst out laughing. This became the last straw. Fear and anger were grappling inside me like mad dogs.
Он айкидо занимался, поняли? Он еще воевал. Таких, как вы, с закрытыми глазами убивает. Я только слово скажу, он...
Ronka lifted up his arm, stopped my torrent of lies, and made a couple of steps forward. Simeon slowly backed off, giving me an opportunity to stand up. Did he believe me? Or was he confused by my face, twisted with rage?
Воевал, говоришь? Мой батя тоже воевал. В Афгане. А твой?
И мой.
Да, и в каких войсках, интересно?
I stumbled. Fear chomped at my rage's throat and made it bleed.
Да он фуфло гонит, Ромка. Бля, будуна.
Думал, меня так просто развести? Я тебя, сучонка, насквозь вижу.
Man, they are so mean. They're such bad people. There was a nasty smile on his face now. This didn't bode well for me.
Ты сам себе приговор подписал.
В школе тебя училка спасла, ну а теперь все. Хана тебе.
Во-во. Давай, Антошка. Молись, чтобы твой труп по весне нашли мне.
Сидел бы ниже травы, был бы целочкой. Жирного стукнул, одно дело. Но про Афган пиздеть, где мой батя под пулями. Долг интернациональный. В Даште Марго, блядь.
Let's check. I think this is about the Afghanistan war, right? A desert region in the southern provinces of Helmand and Nirus in Afghanistan. Its name can be translated into English as Plain of Death. During the conflict in Afghanistan, the Soviet army destroyed countless drug caravans headed to Iran there.
Сёма, ушатай-ка его.
The delinquents closed in on me again and I ended up in front of Simeon. Blood was pumping in my temples. Branches were swaying back and forth as if whispering something, giving me hope. I gritted my teeth, fighting the thought that I looked silly, and took a boxing stance I often saw in the movies.
Хера ты, Майк Тайсон.
This was my first fight ever. My first ever fight. I will remember it for the rest of my life, if I don't kick the bucket, of course. At the edge of my vision, I noticed the darkness around us wrestle again, as if someone was walking through it back and forth. I sensed Roma's claws grab my backpack.
Манатки, Антошка.
I found it pretty interesting that Anton, when he's comparing something to other thing, something like that, when he's doing a comparison, he often uses animal parts or animal words to explain something, like his claws, not his hands, like he's a monster, right? When he saw, I think, his mother back in that episode 1, he talked about, I think it was like a beastly laugh or something like that. I don't remember the words right now, but he often uses this kind of thing. It's pretty interesting.
Махаться мешает.
I was about to refuse, unwilling to cooperate with the bastard, but then he fished a butterfly knife out of his pocket with one smooth motion. He spun it as if showing off and put the blade to my neck.
Слышь, Фрей, расслабься, а то больно будет.
I let out a cloud of steam instead of words. Ronka pulled with all his might, and my backpack ended up in his hands, calm and relaxed. An insidious smile on his face, he looked into my
Ты
backpack.
от нас что-то скрываешь, да? У меня в школе какая-то крыса сменку подрезала. Ща поглядим, может, это был... Опачки!
Ronka gave me a dubious smile.
Так, а что это у нас здесь?
My texts and notebooks fell in snow. He was holding my backpack in one hand and something weird in the other, It looked like a mask. Roma lifted it high, as if showing to someone else, to someone in the treetops, in the twilight among the trees. An old bunny mask. Long, worn-out ears, barely visible nose and whiskers, mangy fur on the sides. Where did it come from? Who put it there? Simeon laughed.
Новый год уже прошел, мудила. Или ты реально поехавший?
Это не мое! Да как не твое, В твоем портфеле лежала она.
Ronka was watching this scene unfold with an evil smile on his face.
А знаешь что? Надевай.
Зачем?
Надевай, говорю. Попрыгаешь перед нами, зайчик.
Давай, давай! Или без штанов домой пойдешь на.
Anything but this. What if someone from our class will pass by?
Надену.
Сёма, надень-ка на него.
Хе-хе.
Biasha rushed to his friend's side and took the worn-out mask from him with a clownish bow. Then he passed it to Simeon, who was already rubbing his hands in anticipation. I looked around the pine woods, as if waiting for help, as if the shadows that writhed around us would take pity on me and take my side. Branches looked like arms twisted in unusual angles. Blackened bark was their charred skin, and the darkness was the smoke they produce. I can't run, won't get away, they will catch me. And then...
Только учти, Сёма. Если он скакать не станет, ты сам за него поскачешь.
Этот чмошник и не станет? Да погляди на него, он же дурик конченый.
Этот дурик тебе уже раз в жбан зарядил.
Ромка прав. Давай, толстый, восстанавливай авторитетно.
Или сам у нас запрыгаешь так, что тетяндра отцепится.
He must indeed be scared of Ronka. Simeon snored silently and glared at me.
Вот. Это чтобы маска хорошо налезла.
He heard a huge ball of spit on the inside of the plastic bunny face and put it close to mine. His spit looked like a squashed spider. Ronka's face twisted. He spasmed like a beast, like he wanted to tell Simeon something, but then he suddenly stopped. Simeon was still close by, with a disgusting smirk on his face and a terrible smell coming from his mouth.
Надевай, быра! Оттурую!
The mask almost looked even more disgusting now, yet despite everything, I felt like it was a chance for salvation. It could become my second skin, if only I was to put it on. If only my face was to touch its bumpy surface, I'm sure the fur will glitter, the ears will tremble like they were alive. I just need to put it on, and Simeon and his friends will be gone. Forever. Okay, I will put on the mask now. I think it fits more with this situation than the situation before this. So let's put on. I reached out my hand, wasn't shaking anymore. Simeon handed me the mask and let out an evil laugh. The fur felt warm to the touch, just like I expected. I got goosebumps. Electricity flowed through my spine.
Вот оно, мое спасение.
A voice whispered to me from the well of my subconsciousness, just put it on and nobody will hurt you. The forest froze, gazing at me with cracks in the bark. I acted slowly. I took off my glasses, got rid of the nasty spit on the papier-mâché. There was movement inside of the bunny face, as if something was trying to break out, and I needed to help it. I lifted up the mask and started moving it toward my flaming cheeks. Just like in that movie with Jim Carrey, this mask had power. This mask had strength. Cartoon touched my skin. It enveloped my skull, my nose, took the shape of my face. It smelled like an animal lair and pine. My lips touched some sort of hard, wavy material. My armor. Strangely enough, through the slits of the old carnival mask, I was able to see as good as through my glasses. A trio of boys, frozen in the clearing, snowflakes frozen in the air. The trees, whose shadows formed black streams toward me, and a weird silhouette in the early twilight behind the windfall. In all that silence, Semyon nearly whispered,
Пацаны, что это с ним?
I rounded my shoulders. My muscles felt like they were made of steel. Invisible plumes of fog flew toward me, breaking off the trees. I was absorbing the forest power with every part of my body. I smiled underneath the mask. No, I showed my teeth. My fists were itching. My stomach was growling.
Он превращается!
You asked for this. I made a step forward. Semyon carefully stepped toward me as if he was walking on thin ice. A trail from my dreams snaked in front of me again. Endless alluring, it was beckoning me away from all the problems to the new wonderful world, the world of magic Neverland. I pulled on the zipper, opened my coat, and threw it into the snow with a fast motion, then growled. I felt like something was frantically looking for the exit underneath my skin. I went towards Semyon.
Он превращается!
Твою мать!
Превращается!
Конченого мудака!
The clearing blew up in a hysteric laughter. Yasha was clutching his stomach. Roma smirked, shaking his head. And Semyon, who was laughing the most out of the three, spat out his knuckles and waved his fist like a club.
Ну и дебил же ты, Тошик!
A fist collided with my mask. The fur didn't dampen the blow at all. There was no power, no magic smoke coming from the pines. I flew toward the bushes and landed on my butt. My vision, no longer bolstered by adrenaline, returned to normal.
Вот это был номер! Думал, он на четвереньки встанет и сгрызет нас всех! Как морковку!
Не, ну вы видели? Видели?
Это считается, что он попрыгал.
Это даже лучше.
I sobbed. The mask had one advantage. If I cried now, nobody would see my tears.
Ну и дурик. Да тебе в психбольнице место.
Психбольница для животных, на!
Semyon put his knee into the snow pile and ripped the glasses out of my numbed fingers.
Дай очки. Я домой не дойду.
Чё ж, знаешь, какой у зайцев нюх? По запаху доберешься, не ссы. Прыг-скок, прыг-скок.
Semyon shoved the drop into his pocket and flashed me a toothy grin.
Кролики очки не носят.
А теперь вали отсюда, Даун.
I stood up, still wobbly. The trees became a blurry dark wall. Three bright silhouettes were wobbling around me. There were black spots on them, their eye sockets and mouths, but it looked to me like there was more of them than it should be. I turned to the forest. Semyon's boot came to my rescue, kicking me in the butt and quickening my shameful retreat.
Прыг-скок, прыг-скок!
I threw the mask into a ravine out of spite, and then zigzagged through the fire break alone in a giant snow-laden world. The trunks around me bent in all directions. Their treetops disappeared into the darkness above me. The sky was pushing me down. I wanted to cry, but my eyes were completely dry by now. Only sadness and longing were left, a desire to bury myself under the snow or leave for the Neverland, joining Volva and Senya. I didn't care where to go, just somewhere far away from here. Somewhere very far away.
Так, я не поняла. Антон, а где очки? Потерял?
So this one has even less new scenes than than before. I thought the Alicia one would be the most different of all of them. I think it would go to the woods with her or something like that, but actually got us on the same path. There's one thing that I can try after this ending actually, but it will be a little bit rushed. There are some options that I can do, like the candy options that I can not choose to take the candy, and advance the story and maybe try to. Will be too many options. I think I will try that some other time, and then I can get back to you. So let's keep on going with this ending. Let's see what will happen.
Да, ну, мам,
И как можно быть таким рассеянным? Ты думаешь, я деньги печатаю? Как же? Будешь до следующего года в старых очках ходить.
Olha, Russia to me.
А я лису видела!
This is the same. Surprise akin to a shotgun blast. I could only flap my lips in reply. Maybe, what might... No, I think it will be the same. Yes, I'll try those options some other time and then I'll report back to you. A cup shattered into many little pieces with a loud tang. My mom let it fall from her hands. Her face was pale and her eyes were glued to the ground. This pause, just a split second, felt like an eternity. Then my mom spoke with disappointment.
Правда, правда! Такая пушистая! Она у забора стояла на задних лапах, совсем как человек. Она меня позвала, а тут мама вышла, и лиса убежала.
Не было там никакой лисы. Не выдумывай.
не подходи к ней.
If it was necessary, I was ready to shake my sister. If she was a doll made of cloth.
Ты чего, Тоша?
Cloth.
Не подходи, слышишь?
Mom entered the hallway and gave me a surprised look. I hesitated.
Ну, лиса ведь укусить может.
I remembered fairy tales where foxes used to kidnap children. I imagined my Alisa liberated carnivorous running through the night forest with a dangling sack in her hands. Oh, so now it changed the phrase. Instead of just a fox with a dangling sack in her hands, now he's talking about Alisa. Interesting.
Это ж была не настоящая лиса. Расскажи ему, Оль.
Она на двух ногах ходила, а еще была в платье одета. Только она была взаправду.
So even that the last ending, quote unquote, that we did changed a lot of things, and scenes were different because I chose the other option instead of putting the mask just to get the hit on the face. made my character dream of something else, and Daddy rescued us in the forest with Polina. But I think even then, when there aren't so many changes, there are some subtle ones, like some phrases or things that the characters say. That's pretty neat.
Видишь?
Mom showed us a tired smile as if it was the only explanation needed. I also forced myself to smile. My smile was like a thin piece of soup right before it dissolves completely on my palm. But when I was left alone with my sister, I whispered,
Еще раз увидишь ее, беги.
I shut my eyes and threw the vitamins in my mouth, washed them down with water. Please, stop driving me mad, please. I was doing my homework on a Friday evening like usual. I had already finished the hard part. There was only my art homework left, my favorite subject. Draw. I needed to draw some sort of magic beast. I wanted to draw a dino at first, but my budget reached toward the orange paint all by myself. One stroke after another, the picture of a fox started slowly forming on a piece of paper. She was almost popping out of the snow-white sheet. She stood on her back legs and wore a sly smile. My brush moved again, drawing a fluffy tail. A moment later, it dropped out of my weak hand. After I finished my drawing, I spent a while studying its surprise, as if I couldn't understand where this red beast came from. The longer I looked, the scarier her smile felt. Carnivorous, fake, like the smiles of woman-formed adult magazines that were sold in press kiosks back in the city. An alluring smile that masked the deep-seated malice. And the fox's eyes turned out red as if bloodshot. They looked more like bullet holes you see in action movies. I don't remember drawing them in this way. I moved away from the table, and the lamp's light reflected from the wet paint. The drawing was glossy. It felt like the fox was watching me, waiting.
Антон! Ты что, оглох?
Я задумался.
Тебя спрашиваю, ты сестру не видел? Опять она где-то прячется.
Something moved under my bed and I froze. Olya's dirty face peeked out with a finger pressed to her lips.
Оля, я тебя вижу. Вылезай, ты же в пыли вся.
Olya crawled from under the bed and started dusting off her stockings, looking down.
Пойдем, Оль. Я тебе сказку почитаю. Посижу с тобой, пока не уснешь.
Я с вами спать хочу, не в той комнате. Там...
Mom entered the room.
Что, опять сова?
А кто ж еще? Оль, она не придет больше. Я ее прогнал.
Olya shook her head in defiance.
Не прогнал. Она придет. Она сказала, что будет каждую ночь приходить.
О, так она у тебя говорящая?
Olya ignored the question and then asked with newfound determination.
Можно я с вами посплю? Можно? В самый последний раз.
Ты же говорила, что последний раз был вчера.
Ольга, ты уже большая девочка.
А пусть у меня ложится.
I thought it was a great idea, but Olya shook her head again.
Я не хочу. Она и на тебя смотрит.
It washes you too. Creepy stuff. I felt goosebumps all over my body.
Хватит! Нет никакой совы. Ты сегодня спишь у себя, ясно?
Ну, пожалуйста, мам! Пожалуйста!
Mom took Olya's hand and tried to lead her out of my room.
Пойдем, милая. Не мешай брату.
Olya clutched the bed's head with her free hand.
Пожалуйста, пожалуйста, пожалуйста! Не хочу к ней!
Mom was tugging Oilas toward herself, but she didn't budge. Only the bed heads squeaked in agony. Dad intervened by picking Oila up and carrying her out of the room, despite her desperate protests and pleas.
Не надо! Не надо к ней! Она опять смотреть будет!
I've listened to them struggling to make my little sister go to bed for a while. In the end, my parents gave up and let Oila sleep with them. But it was surely the last time ever. When everybody settled down, I was lying in my room, thinking about Oilia's words. It's watching you too. I felt uncomfortable. I barely managed to calm down, only after closing the curtains in my room shut. But as soon as I closed my eyes, memories of my day started jumping around in front of me. I think this will be the same scene from last time. I was in the middle of the stuffy school corridor. I could see the literature classroom from here, the faces of dead classical writers on their portraits, the prim and regal pose of our homeroom teacher, Lilia Pavlovna, and around that corner was her daughter, Katya, a snitch and a gossip, eagerly waiting for me.
Эй, новенький! Новенький!
Чего тебе, Кать?
She got on her tiptoes and started swaying, while hiding her hands behind her back, and then asked me with a fake smile on her face.
Скажи, пожалуйста, а чего это тебя к нам перевели, а?
I might have told the truth about this to Paulina, but Katya here will sell it on the market for 3 kopeikas. It would be the same as printing all my thoughts and hanging them near Volva's picture for everyone to see. So I reverted to an answer I knew by heart.
Это все из-за моих родителей. У папы тут новая работа, а мама...
But Katya didn't even listen to me. She just rushed toward the perked up ears of her friends, whispered something while stealing glances at me and giggling.
Да-да, конечно, конечно. Он нас тут совсем за дурачков держит. Я вот слыхала, что это все из-за его отца. Он недавно кому-то крутому дорогу перешел, и теперь они всей своей семейкой в нашем захолустье скрываются.
Неправда! Ты все врешь!
А слышали, как он бабулина просто так стукнул? Это каким надо быть уродом, чтобы в первый же день так над одноклассником измываться?
Прекрати! Ты же знаешь, он первый начал!
И будто этого мало. Ходят слухи, что он спутался с ворюгами из шайки Ромки Пятифана.
Wait, I think this is a different phrase. This is thinking out with the look and sense from... Oh, I think it's different.
Ой, девочки, сумки проверяйте.
Yeah, it's a different phrase.
Того и гляди, в гардеробе вещи начнут пропадать. Будем знать, это Петров с дружками постарался. Да-да-да.
Замолчи! Заткнись!
Ха-ха! Вон как раскричался-то, будто ужаленный. А зрачки какие широкие. Опять чего доброго с катушек слетит и руки распускать начнет. Не зря же его мать с таблетками пичкает.
I just stood there in confusion, trying then to understand how she was able to find out about my medicine. And what scared me even more was the possibility of a horrifying truth hiding among her shadow.
Да-да. Он такой же ненормальный, как и его сестрица. Представляете, к этой сумасшедшей дурочке каждую ночь прилетает сова ростом с человека. Да-да. Только что-то ее никто из здоровых людей не видел. А этот наивный простак ей верит. Нет, ну вы представляете?
And then I caught a single kind look from the smirking crowd.
Это правда, Антон?
The murky crowd.
Неужели действительно тебе не здоровится?
Полина, послушай меня.
Как же? Не слушай этого болтуна, Полиночка. Ты еще не знаешь. Он тебя на другую променял. Не из нашей школы.
Oh, so she's talking about Lisa.
На Алису.
Actually, it makes some chat a little bit different. That's pretty nice. Paulina is lodged as if someone kicked her in the stomach, and then burst out in tears and fell to the dirty floor, wailing and screaming.
Почему она, Антон? Почему?
I couldn't understand her reaction, but I still rushed to Paulina's side before getting shoved violently by Katia.
Убери от нее свои лапы, чудовище!
Rage was building up under the vein of my fear. I slowly rose from the cloudy mist. I felt my upper lip lift crept up, showing my
То,
teeth.
что твой отец бьет мать, еще не дает тебе права поднимать руку на девушку.
My fists became hammers. I couldn't unclench them. Nobody can speak about my family like that. I came to my senses when I already lunged at the angry Katia.
Слетел-таки! Слетел! Спасите! Помогите! Петро с катушек слетел!
At the same moment, the crowd around her became louder. It started whistling and roaring and growing. The slender silhouettes of students became larger, wider. They shot upward toward the ceiling, turning into a giant black forest, chock full of toothy faces. I shrank to a tiny ball of fur and started shaking in fear before the might of ulcerating trunks that belonged to either trees or humans. It was impossible to tell.
Вот ты и показал свое животное нутро. Трус!
Katia's face was twisted by jubilation and ecstasy.
Почему она? Нет! Чем она лучше меня?
Paulina screamed while choking on her tears.
Он! Животное! Чужак!
A scary flapping of wings came from the forest. A pair of giant white ears descended somewhere from above, and I dug myself into them.
Пожалуйста! Вставай!
I jumped up, almost failing out of bed. Apparently, I was thrashing around for hours on the sweat-soaked sheets. Olia's scream pulled me out, set me free from the tentacles of fear.
Антон! Пожалуйста! Вставай! Вставай!
It took my eyes a while to focus on the silhouette near the window. Olia's voice was distant. My head was still ringing after the fight. Sounds got distorted as if my ears were stuffed with cotton. My sister, as distressed as ever, just kept on repeating the same phrase.
Сова! Сова! Пожалуйста! Я боюсь!
Her tears poured on my heart like boiling water, but I was almost thankful for the owl's appearance. Otherwise, this scared Olia wouldn't have woken me up.
Я сейчас. Хочешь, я тебе Мурзилку почитаю?
Okay, let's check
Подожди.
this. Oh, sorry. Check this again. It was illustrated magazine for kids. Okay. Yellow creature wearing a scarf and a red beret as its mascot. Writers like Samuel and Barto contributed to the magazine early in their careers. I placed my bare heels on the cold floor. I felt around for my glasses, remember seeing his underhanded act and sighing. I think from now on, actually will be just the same that I saw, but just for the sake of going to the end, I will go until the end, and then I'll say my thoughts. She couldn't tear her eyes off the window as if it was a staring contest. I found the light switch with my hand. The lamp powered bright light all over me. Got up from bed. My vision fooled me, moving the window closer only to push it farther the next moment. My sister was just a blurry spot. I hesitated, but still stepped forward.
Оль, что там? Что-то случилось? Ты хочешь, чтобы я открыл шторы?
Нет, не надо! Там же сова!
The voice was coming from behind. I turned around and froze in terror. Teary-eyed Oilia stood in the doorway.
С кем ты разговаривал, братик?
She stared at me with eyes that were red from crying, with her hands wrapped around her shoulders. Her voice was nervous, and as if she was afraid to hear my answer.
Я разговаривал с тобой, с тем, кто притворился тобой.
The ledge outside my windows creaked ominously, as if something huge was sitting on top of it. And the thing that pretended to be Oilia started spreading, changing shape, grow to scary heights under the light of a carnivorous moon. The voice didn't belong to my sister anymore. The thing that was hiding behind my curtains got tired of pretending, making me look like a fool. I pinched myself as hard as I could, hoping that the silhouette near the window was just a continuation of my nightmare, a hallucination, brought upon by the cursed house, and those don't bite, do they? The silhouette was towering before me under the veil of mist. I heard Oilia's shrill scream when someone had knocked on the window. Another knock. I stepped back into the middle of the room, as if there existed nooks where I could hide from this horror. The sound was sharp, metallic. The lamp started shimmering, then it suddenly lightened the whole room and went out, like a candle under strong wind. The filament inside the bulb snapped with a ringing sound. The darkness that was waiting for that exact moment powered from all the angles and enveloped me. There was only this window left in the whole universe, moonlight powered through, painting everything the color of bones that were exhumed from a crypt. Oilia started squealing and pressed herself into my back, seeking protection. And then an eye, burning with a carnivorous fire, stared at us from the window. No, it wasn't trying to break the window, it was toying with us. It just kept on knocking, driving us mad. As if a giant clock was measuring the time left for us, its pendulum swinging above the abyss. She was screaming in desperation, her hands clutching my arm like a pair of pincers. I could barely make out a pair of wings that spread out above the black spot.
Скажи ей, Антон! Скажи, что я больше не буду себя плохо вести! Никогда! Только пусть она уйдет! Пожалуйста!
The moonlight suddenly disappeared, and the room descended into darkness. We couldn't see the burning eye anymore. I swallowed a stingy lump that was stuck in my throat. I stepped toward the curtains, entranced by the calls of this disfigured guest.
Не буду, не буду, не буду, не буду.
Olia was standing behind me, mumbling, "I'll be good, I'll be good, I'll be good." The bleak window was creeping closer, curtains rustled. I reached out to move them aside, so I could look my fear in the eye. At that moment, I heard noise coming from our parents' bedroom. Without thinking, I pulled the curtains to the side in one swing. Nothing. Though there was something shining on the ledge among the scattered feathers. My glasses. The one that Simon took from me. How did they get here? Was that a gift from the gurgling night? Did that owl really did it bring them here? I looked at the front yard, at the far-bounding clearing, at the toothy forest. Not a soul, not even a hint of our late guest. Only the old lamppost, napping like a lone watchman among the snowy desert. The dry window frame creaked. I tore away the insulating tape and the snipes of glued newspaper. Let's read it again. Window insulation. Before plastic windows became widely accessible in Russia, the cracks in frames of wooden windows were filled with cotton or pieces of cloth and sealed with self-adhesive tape or strips of newspaper soaked in soapy water to conserve heat in winter. I barely managed to open the window. Frost stung me with its little needles. The paintings on my walls moved from the draft. I touched my glasses, sure they would melt in my hands. But they were real. My brain was scrambling for an explanation. Simeon and his gang just pulled a prank on me. That was it. That's it. A smooth white blanket was glittering under the street lamp just outside our yard. If anybody was to get close to the house, to climb the pipe to the ledge of my window, they would surely leave footprints. But there were none. I consciously took my glasses. My wrist was still intact. Nobody pulled me into the darkness, full of restless
Вы почему
breathing.
не спите?
I swayed from surprise and almost fell out of the window.
Совсем сдурели?
Are you? Oh, sorry. I was just looking outside here, the window. Thought I saw something.
Жарко, что ли? Не болели давно?
Там сова была. Тоша ее прогнал.
А ну-ка марш спать к себе в комнату. А с тобой?
Mom paused, directing her seething eyes at me. She was thinking of a punishment equivalent to my crime. In the end, she just waved her hand, took Olia by the shoulder and left, throwing gloomy words my way.
Завтра поговорим.
I managed to get the frame back in place with a couple of hits, pressed it in the latches with all the strength my fingers could muster. The cold left the room, but the fear was still present. I placed my glasses on my nose and started studying my reflection in the window. It didn't look like a face, more like a death mask. Just like on that boy from the notice board. That night, I was on the edge of joining him there. A black and white face was staring at me through the clearing between student heads. And it wasn't Vova, his face was right beside it. I recognized the fat cheeks, the damaged skin. Samian. Berbering's photo was printed out and placed under the glass like an exhibition piece. Okay. Okay, so that's the other path that we can take on the episode 2. I'm gonna save here again, just to have all the saves. Save here. I will see. Oh, okay. I will go back. I will try the not put on the mask just to see if there will be a new type of nightmare. If it is the same, we end the video there. If it is a different, we go to the engine and see what it is. I'm liking the game so far. It's just episode 2. I just want to see what will be on episode 3 when it comes out. I'm liking the story so far. It's pretty nice. Let's go back. Let's try the other option and see if it will be a new nightmare. For some reason, Ronka's disappointment with Samuel made me feel brave. Something was wrong in their crew, some old disagreement. I should cut this old wood open. I need to get into their heads, right into their skulls, their warm brains.
Знаешь что, Семен?
My own voice, smooth and determined, was a huge surprise. I stepped forward and calmly proclaimed.
Иди нахуй.
I felt like the whole world was paused for a second, and then unpaused right away. Samuel's pupils widened. The mask fell off of his meaty hands. It took a while to process my words, looking stunned as if he was trying to solve a difficult math problem, but the answer he got made him mad, judging by the bulging veins on his forehead. The others just observed the scene silently, waiting for the inevitable payback.
Ты труп!
His voice tore off icy crust from the nearby branches. It rained down with a melodic laugh. And then I heard whispers from the treetops, from holes in the ground, from animal lairs. As if Alisa was in one of the snow piles, like a trumpet in his booth trying to get through to me. With no sign of fear, rather with a tinge of playful rage, that's how this low hummed sounded to me. I stared into the clearing between the trees. Oh man, oh this is different, okay. An orange spot flashed there, it's a fox, it was a fox. Oh god, I'm so excited right now. Let's see what will happen. A fox, absolutely regular fox, stepped out of the bushes. Must be Alisa, man. I blinked in bewilderment. The animal fell on its tummy and was staring back at me with its burning eyes. Its furry tail was whipping snow left and right, raising the white powder. I was still looking past him at the fox that was smiling at me. She grinned with all her teeth while digging a hole in the snow pile, moving her paws as if dancing. Oh man. Close is so horrifying. Her sharp face was covered in snow, her whiskers were trembling. The fox put her face to the ground, the shining patterns of her eyes filled up with liquid silver. I returned my gaze to Samuel's twisted face. He was growling something unintelligible. The fox backpedaled and disappeared into the darkness, and the forest breathed at me, whispering, "Oh man." I slapped my own cheek to chase away the unfamiliar voice, but the message still lingered in my subconscious. This hint was my chance. Man, the noises. I stared intensely at Samuel's nose. He was almost oinking from anger. I directed my words at him.
Заткнись, свинья.
Oh man, things about to get ugly. Samuel looked paralyzed. As if the medium Alan Schumack hypnotized him, stripped him of his will. Let's check this. A Soviet and Russian TV personality that represented himself as a healer and a medium, claimed to acquire his healing power during his investigation into fake mages. He had invented the idea of charging all sorts of items for the viewers through the TV screens, jars of water, photos, or cosmetics, dyed from an unknown case. I felt the aftertaste of Alisa's gum in my mouth. Berries. It felt like I pulled a card from some greasy deck and it turned out to be a trump. My brain was at its limit. Paulina's word about Simon getting worse since he moved here flashed in front of my eyes, like subtitles in a movie. All the pieces fell in place. My joker went flying to his pimply face. I was speaking slow on purpose, dragging out every syllable.
Есть у меня подозрение. Ты не просто так перевелся в новую школу. Сбежал, да? как крыса сбежал.
Yes, Anton. It's your time to shine now, man.
Потому что сверстники бывают жестокими с теми, кто не такой, как они. С теми, кто толще их, например, слабее. И ты решил издеваться над другими, как издевались над тобой.
I saw Simeon's Adam's apple twitch, like it was a pulp action rifle getting reloaded.
Ты отыгрываешься за старые обиды. Хочешь казаться тем, кем не являешься. Но знаешь, ничего не меняется по щелчку пальца. Знаешь, кем ты был?
The forest held its breath, listening in fascination.
Знаешь, кто ты есть?
Пацаны,
Bisha was about to come to his friend's aid, but Ronka stopped him, whipping out his controlling look. Bisha turned around and put his hand in his pocket.
Продолжай, Тоха.
Ronka's words ricocheted from the rough trunks.
Знаешь, кем ты будешь всегда?
Simon looked around helplessly.
Второе имя, настоящее имя, которое дали тебе одноклассники.
Откуда ты?
Ronka and Bisha looked at Simon like he was their prey now. I even thought I saw them lick their parched lips. The wind was also full of anticipation, dragging my scattered textbooks across the road.
Свинья!
My thunderous scream echoed through the forest. Trees and ravines enjoyed it. The echo repeated over and over, doubling, even tripling it. Ronka grinned with all his teeth. Simeon's hand fell to his side. He was on brink of crying. I used this to my advantage. Oh, that was nice, man. I really like that. I threw the strongest punch I could muster. It was much stronger than the one in school. I rammed my fist into his scared face and it produced a cracking sound. His pimply cheek danced like jelly under my fist. Simon let out a sigh and plopped on that icy road. He was touching the place where I hit him, still obviously to what just happened and how did it come to this. Oh, now look, now he looks so bizarre, man. He doesn't look like Anton anymore. After looking at him for a while, I realized I was smiling. Fatso returned to his senses and threw himself at me, his face twisted with anger. But I dodged his charge quite easily after the great practice I had playing with Aliza. Oh, sorry. Let me go back, sorry. He fell into snow and landed right on a pile of dog feces. This made him squeal in agony.
Думал, ты сосунок, а он как жердяй уделал.
Simeon started sobbing after he realized the direness of his situation.
Сука! Че я бабушке теперь скажу? Она меня убьет, когда увидит.
Чего ты там скулишь? Тебя с параши не слышно.
Simeon's futile attempts at cleaning his coat caused a fit of giddiness from Biasha. I also smiled, angrily twisted my lips.
А ну вставай и скачи, как зайчик.
Oh, now it's... Oh, man.
Только желательно подальше, а то от тебя уже дерьмом несет. Фу!
Идите вы все нахер!
His eyes, red from tears, stopped on me. I didn't even have time to erase the smile from my face when Simeon lunged at me like a hawk and clawed at my face with his twisted fingers, with gauntlet fingernails. I threw a kick toward the layer of the fat under the coat. Also, it got the glasses again, okay. At the same moment, the world became fuzzy, the black trees and the face of my classmate all blurred.
А чё на это скажешь, сука?
I threw up a hand holding my glasses. He threw up a hand holding my glasses victoriously, but his triumph was short-lived. Two blurry silhouettes rushed forward. Simeon's former friends. I heard the familiar sound of someone being slapped around.
Не по-пацански поступаешь, гнида! А ну гони линзы назад!
Oh, so now they wanna help. So I'm kind of getting their trust, maybe?
Дерись по понятиям, на!
Judging from Samuel's signings and grumbling, he didn't agree to his friend's terms.
Вы чё творите? Ой, бля! На лоха позорного меня променяли! Ой, 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 ой! Да пошли вы в жопу! Тоже мне друзья!
A huge figure trampling in the snow barely managed to break out from the rain of punches and ran for the hills, dissolving into the twilight.
Завтра в школе тебя выцепим, хрюндель!
Точно, точно!
Okay, so now with this scene that we know that what was his name? The names are so difficult to pronounce. Damien. That Damien actually ran into the forest in this situation. The other options, no. Maybe so when he was going back to his home alone and the owl or something got him.
За базар ответишь, на!
Горло тебе перережу, слышишь?
Ronka and Biasha started throwing pieces of ice at the fleeing Samian, but then switched to hurling mockery. The snow rustled. Two boys, clearly out of breath, approached me. I was finally able to make out their faces clearly.
Мои очки. Блин,
Ronka cursed under his breath.
гандон этот стащил.
Oh, okay, so I don't get my glasses back. So I just go back to my home?
Зато мы ему всыпали одну сына! Завтра вот с таким фуфелом припрется, отвечаю!
Biasha let out a throaty laugh. Hyenas in the Lion King would envy a laugh like that.
Тоха, ты без очков хоть что-то видишь?
Немного.
A hand holding a red rectangle protruded from the mist. Ronka was offering me a cigarette.
Угощайся.
Oh no, man. I squinted, trying to make out the brand, even though I didn't know anything about cigarettes. I haven't tried smoking yet, and I didn't really want to start. I wonder if they will keep hanging out with me if I won't adopt all of their habits. So it's like already 3 quote-unquote endings for chapter 2. The one that we don't fight Simeon and just get hit and go back home. Must be some kind of neutral ending for this chapter. There is the chapter with Paulina that we try to show off to her and we get hit in the face and have a nightmare and got lost in the woods, but our dad helped us, so maybe that's a good ending, I don't know. And this looks like maybe some kind of a bad path that I can go on, because Alisa as the fox, I think it must be her, right? It must be her. The fox must be her. She's tricky. She's evil. She's a trickster. So maybe she wants to transform me in an animal as well. Maybe a bad rabbit. After a moment of hesitation, I shook my head.
Спортсмен, что ли? Ха.
А ты в глаза долбишься? Не видел, как он Семёна четко вмазал?
Да базара ноль, Mortal Kombat.
Wasn't expecting for this.
Тоха, у нас Рокки Бальбоа.
Oh, nice.
Тогда уж и вон драга. Курим одну на двоих, гони жигу.
Roka pulled out a cigarette with his lips, and Yosha scrambled to find a lighter inside his pocket.
Тоха, что я сказать хотел? Не держи зла, брат. Мы тебя на вшивость проверяем. А то очки эти, еще и маска.
Bisha lit a giant Tbilisi, and Ronka smashed his lips, taking a long puff of his cigarette.
Меня, кстати, Ромка зовут.
He squeezed my hand so hard that my fingers hurt. His palms, full of dry, torn blisters, implied that he wasn't wearing a tracksuit for nothing.
Это вот Бяша.
Biasha.
Ты не очкуй. Со свиньей мы лично пообщаемся.
He let out a cloud of smoke in my face, which instantly made me cough.
Ага. Пойду пока сумку соберу, а то темнеет.
I bowed to pick up my now empty backpack and looked for its content, hoping that my new buddies will disappear when I turn around. But they just stood there, passing a cigarette back and forth. Two small silhouettes with a small light wandering between them, with the pine trunks as the background. They were waiting for me to finish picking up my textbooks while whispering something to each other. Ronka was the one talking most of the time, though. Vyoshka was just constantly sniffing with his running nose and mumbling in agreement. At that moment, I saw that book. That old battery bunny mask from papier-mâché among the snow-covered notebooks. Its empty eye socket could be filled with anything, with any eyes. But this mask, man, there's some kind of hair there, or furry things. Looked like it only wanted mine. Where did it come from, and why it was in my backpack? I picked it up with utmost care, as if it could bite off my finger at any moment. It was just a carnival mask, with a frozen spit on the inside. Still, something felt wrong about it. Something was riffing inside it, underneath the crust of old newspaper. I could hear 1,000 of tiny bodies rustle in the trembling fur. Something was trying to chew its way out. Oh man, what? Maggots!
Готов, Тоха?
And that got me. Ronka's voice pulled me out of my nightmarish delusions and threw the mask away in horror, somewhere I won't be able to see it anymore. My innards were twisted from disgust, but I stood up, trying not to show it. Whether those maggots were real or just one of my delusions, I didn't care. All of this was too much for a single day. I wanted to get home as soon as possible.
Ладно, пацаны, мне пора уже. До свидания.
I held out my hand toward the two silhouettes to say goodbye. A couple of dark, thin lines trembled in front of me. They stood without moving, as if studying me.
С кедрами закорешиться решил.
Oh.
Мы здесь, вообще-то.
I realized that Ronka's voice was coming from behind and turned around embarrassed.
Деревья хреновые кенты. Ты не ссы! Мы тебя до дома доведем, а то ты как слепой
Oh,
котенок.
thank you.
Так здесь живем и сгниешь.
A cigarette butt hit against a stump with a flurry of sparks and started sizzling in the snow near my feet. The boys let out a strained laugh and took me by the arms. We were leaving the clearing. I turned around in hopes to see Aliza, or at least some orange dot. What if? But only I saw a rumbling tractor that was creeping out from the corner. Oh, there's the man there. The man. A silhouette appeared on the side of the road, out of the fog. This was actually just like the ending with with Paulina ending, that you come here with her before noon, and this man was here as well. We made a space to let that person though. Because of my blurry vision and the twilight semi-dark, it felt like it was a ghost floating toward us. When the silhouette got close, I was able to make out the features of an adult man. I recognized him. I recognized his dumpy outline. He was smoking near the school in the morning. The man glittered us with a busy stare of his cold eyes and moved forward, disappearing into the darkness.
Нет горбата, а то дайте губа.
I was afraid that unknown man will hear this offense rhyme, but he was already too far away. We continued our journey. We were going alongside a still fire road in silence. The silence felt oppressing, coupled with my lack of vision, so I spoke.
А почему тебя Бяша
So
зовут?
I spoke. The Buryat kid just smirked in reply.
Потому что я волк в овечьей шкурине.
Брешешь. Пургу гнать, это он умеет. А звать его так, потому что блеет, как овца. Все после того, как из черного гаража живым выбрался.
Vyasha's face contorted at those words. I could see it even through the veil of blindness. He swayed, and he started mumbling something unintelligible.
Видишь? С ним так всегда, как об этой херне заговоришь.
Ты сейчас о чем?
Ты серьезно про эту страшилку не знаешь? На черной улице, в черной подворотне, стоит черный гараж. И он знает о тебе все. Где ты живешь, что любишь, с кем дружишь.
And it's pretty nice that every time that you do one type of ending involving something with other characters, you learn something new. This story wasn't this tale that Bronca is talking about wasn't something that on the other endings was shown to me. So it's pretty nice. It's pretty a branched game, a pretty nice branched game with a lot of paths to follow.
Наверняка слышал о пропавших детях. И это тут не первый год происходит. Все местные знают, кто здесь замешан. Даже взрослые. Вообще, везет тебе? Ты вон в лесу, считай, живешь. Он к тебе так просто не сунется. Тупо сечет, что среди деревьев будет выделяться. А у нас эта хрень может где угодно поджидать. Иногда в конце переулка или возле дома. А еще идешь такой себе ночью, и тут раз! Он стоит, где совсем недавно пусто было. Дверь открыта, внутри мрак.
I think I saw something. Okay, just passed, but I think I saw something. I will see the footage later.
И тут как?
Piascha pulled his cape over his head and started howling on a high trembling note, trying to silence Ronka.
Ладно, проехали.
I was trying to process Ronka's story, but I couldn't figure out what to think of it. During the short time I've been in this snow-laden village, I realized one thing. A lot of people here had some sort of experience with something they couldn't explain. I looked at Piosha, who was pitter-pattering to the side.
А вот скажи, нахрена вы-то сюда переехали?
I heaved a deep sigh while looking at my feet. Somewhere down below, the tips of my boots scooped up fog. I spoke words that I recited countless
У
times.
отца тут новая работа. И мама в поселке раньше жила. Давно еще при Союзе.
Здесь же нечего делать, только гнить. Ну или как Бяша, по лесам шастать.
Biosha fearfully showed his face from under his hood, like a snail crawling out of his shell, and listened.
Он у нас турист. Летом целую неделю в палатке жил. Здесь, рядом. Прикинь? Хотя от мамки его звезданутой я бы сам в лес сбежал.
He kept on going, but it felt like it was the forest was sliding by. Pines were the black keys, and the space between them the white ones. The ticket was playing its old creaky melody, the melody of roots, beer caves, and forgotten taiga skeets. Snowflakes flew around, creating a disturbing illusion that somebody was wandering the forest. Somebody tall, unnoticeable, ready to camouflage as a tree or a snow pile. And then, when nobody paid attention anymore, they would just continue moving along the road. But it was just a trick of the light, there was no one there. At least, I wanted to think that. Ronka suddenly stopped and said,
Слышите?
"Oh no. Please don't be a joke, come on, man."
В лесу кто-то бродит, походу.
The skin under my clothes started itching, my stomach started aching. We looked the way Ronka was pointing.
Высоченный, причем с нашей скоростью идет.
Oh no, it's coming. Oh man, please don't. Oh no. Oh no. There were no tall silhouettes behind the mass of pines, just shadows creeping in the semi-dark. Slow shadows, fast shadows, hungry shadows. The snow that fell silently from the branch made me shiver and bit into my lip, as if something huge lifted off the tree and flew away, maybe even toward us. Ronka picked up the pine cone from the ground and threw it into the thicket.
Эй!
His shout ricocheted as if it hit a tidally sprang drum. The echoed mocked Ronka. Then the silence reigned again.
Кто-нибудь видел?
No, I didn't. I shook my head. The only things I could see were the vertical strokes of trees, the darkness, the snow, and the hazy silhouettes of my companions. I remembered the rough, textured trunks, the sponge lichen, and the icy beats on the bottoms of the
Пойдёмте скорее,
ravines.
а то вечереет.
Ravines, sorry. Oh no. I was again grabbed by the elbows and dragged along toward the forest, toward the pointy spires of branches. The sun had finally sunk behind the green peaks. The darkness rested, spreaded its shoulders, and it started spreading like smoke. It started snowing, thick, sticky flakes, white flies, following the scent of dead meat. My vision had become a small island, awash by dark waters. I was grasped by the same horrid feeling I had in the morning. I felt that somewhere far away, at the edge of my comprehension, I heard a very calm and silent flute playing. Oh no, man, it's coming. Oh man, it's coming. The sound was fragile, like ice in March, above the dormant waters of a bottomless lake. I scraped inside of my ear with my fingers to get rid of the auditory hallucination. The forest was silent. I imagined a child walking at night under the watchful eyes of
А вы
pines.
знали Вову Матюхина? Мальчика, который пропал недавно.
А разве мы не его ищем, сладкий?
What? What? I think it's changed. Here on the left, I think... Oh man. Oh, it's so creepy. Oh god. Oh, it's so good. This game is so good. I really like. Let me save this. I'm really liking this scene. Let's save here. Yes. I shuddered and stopped staring at the person who was guiding me. At Alisa in her unchanging fox mask. The girl was gently holding my elbow.
Что ты здесь? А ведь я тебя потерял.
Потерял, потому что зазевался.
I squinted in suspicion.
Давно ты за нами идешь?
Что значит давно? Я всегда была рядом.
Wait, so where are the boys?
Ты за кем? За вами.
Stunned, I looked around but couldn't find Roma or Biasha. And then I felt her cold finger on my wrist.
Пойдем же. Мы собирались искать Вову.
Oh, yes. Oh, okay. So this takes us to the path to the woods. Nice, nice, nice. This is much better than what we saw last time with the mask. Without a chance to catch my breath, she started dragging me along through the forest. I enveloped by the smell of tangerines, coffee, and firecrackers. I felt like I was a small kid again, being led into the unknown. I saw the dark silhouettes of trees ahead. The bushes, hedgehogs were wary, showing us their spikes. Something rectangular appeared in our like a small box. I became petrified. I touched the edge of my eye, pulling back the eyelids, as if I was trying to correct my vision. Oh man, the garage that the boy talked. What? Our garage made of metal, rose up right from the windfall. It was big, no, huge, impossible to move without special equipment. Its walls were painted black, even blacker than the darkness around us. The fox sniffed around, and it seemed like her mask twitched in disgust.
Это здесь.
The worried voice of my companion scared me even more than this horrifying metal box.
Здесь. Я слышу его запах. Может, Вова играет с нами в прятки, и он решил спрятаться внутри?
I felt like I saw smoke form tentacles that split off the garage, searching for something in the wilted leaves. Those tentacles slithered along the snowy blanket, getting close to our feet. And there was a scary screeching sound coming from the other side of the huge black metal gates. Somebody or something definitely waited for us inside. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Knock. My nervous movements probably looked like that of a marionette dangling in the hands of a puppeteer. I stepped toward the garage, holding my breath. I'm so tense right now. And gave the sheet metal a small knock with my knuckles. And then jumped back. What was that? For a moment it seemed like someone growled in pain inside the metal walls. I heard the rusty meat hooks jingle on thick metal chains, awakening someone huge who crawled to open the black gates. Nothing happened. Oh man, I'm not feeling good. Oh god. Oh, Anton, please run away. My heart was racing. Or this is not Alisa. It can't be. Oh man, so terrifying. Oh god. My heart was racing. Nothing. Knock, knock. I hesitated to turn my back to the garage, so I took... Run! I heard a weak scary sound. I couldn't even read that. What? Stumbling all over the place. I rushed the night. Oh, I can't read it, man. Sorry. I'm just... I ran behind the crooked pine trunk, sure that Alisa was by my side. But after a minute I realized the girl was gone. The forest was mumbling into ancient chants, squeaking, tinking, rustling. I froze. I didn't know how much time had passed before I realized that I was standing in complete darkness, in a circle of trees that were shooting up their trunks high into the sky. Oh, sorry about that. Man, I was so scared that I couldn't even read. It got me by surprise. It didn't let me read the text. I didn't skip that. It skipped on its own. It was so awesome. The world around me moved and vibrated. My ears were plugged up from all the rustling. The treetops melted into the cosmic darkness. The bushes became cages, their hostage suddenly set free. I felt like a pawn with giant claws could find its way out of the darkness and grab my stunned face at any moment. I heard a scream somewhere far away.
Anton!
Oh, it's my dad. Someone was looking for me, just like that boy who went missing. Just a moment, please. Sorry. Tears stung my eyes. A heavy drop fell from my lashes.
Anton!
The scream was closer now, and for a moment I even believed that I was about to be saved. Oh no! Oh god! One of the trees moved. It wasn't Ronka, nor was it Bianca. An adult, tall, with long arms. Oh, it's the goat, man. Oh, from episode 1. Oh, come on. Oh no. Many shadows that looked like dogs crawled behind it, but those beasts were much larger than Zulka. The forest was dormant no longer, its true face was revealed. I stood still like a deer, squared by the lights of an oncoming truck, and the beasts all stared at me. In the semi-dark, without my glasses, I could see very little, but it was still more than enough for me to freeze in terror. A foul smell of animal piss and wet fur enveloped the clearing when the creepy processing with the giant at its head moved towards me. Oh man. Oh god, so creepy. My legs gave away because of fear and I fell to my knees into the snow. It looked like I was praying to that figure, to the trees, to the darkness. I didn't dare lift my eyes, so when he got close, showering me with his stench, for a moment I thought that his leg was covered in grey fur. I shut my eyes so tight that red circles started dancing on the inside of my eyelids. I don't want to look, but I could still hear everything. His breath scratched against my ears like sandpaper. His voice was deep, hoarse. No, it wasn't a voice, a roar. I fished Grandma's chant out of my memory. Oh man, while you're looking, I got his attention roaring in reply. Words could never protect against claws and fangs. I was helpless. And then I heard a familiar, sweet voice nearby. Oh, Alisa. Oh, Alisa. Just not to say other thing, but you jerk. You big jerk. No. Oh man. Something hot slid across my throat like a meaty sticky rope. Someone's tongue. Oh, Alisa, you monster. He's our bunny. Oh man, so creepy. From the narrow embrasures of barely lifted eyelids covered by my trembling fingers, I watched a horrifying silhouette tower over me. I was taking in the smell of Kneels, compost pits and moss. In front of me stood a scary horned beast with a royal presence to it. His posture told me of his awe-inspiring nobleness. His horns supported the clouds and his puppet out locomas pierced my eyes. Sorry about the English there. That were ready to burst from fear with a thorny stare. His hands were full of gifts. Oh, the gifts of Alisa. Candy fell to the snow, sparkling with its fancy wrappers, silvery packs of chocolate bars, and a chupa chups sticking out from the snow pile with its plastic stick. Oh man, so horrifying. More candy fell at my feet. What, a gun? A toy gun. Knocked against the ice, and even thought I was paralyzed by fear, I still remember the missing boy, Volva, had a gun exactly like this. A doll fell nearby, and then it started raining toys. A spinning top, a teddy bear with torn up nose, red-headed Carson without a propeller, a tin toy soldier with a flag, a firefighter truck, and a cropped duster plane. The toys weren't covered in blood, but my imagination was painting them with red spots and crimson leaks all on its own. A horned shadow covered the treasures that once belonged to the missing kids. Hairy hands reached into surrounding darkness, took out a mangy bunny mask that was hunting me. Oh man. A forceful pulled it over my face. The shadows of beasts around us slowly and gracefully stood up on their rear legs. And then a light hit my face, shattered the monster's figure in two. I put my hand to protect myself. Flashlight's rays lay down.
Anton! Вот ты где.
Oh man, that was heavy stuff, man. Oh god. Oh man, I'm scared. I'm kinda scared.
Ты совсем сдурел? Это вообще как понимать?
I was staring at my dad, completely stunned, into the space where the monster was just a moment ago. The clearing was enveloped in darkness again, but I could still barely make out the outlines of toys that came in the snow. And I'm sure I was brave enough to get close to the bushes. I would find animal prints there. So he actually Oh man, so it's
Язык
real.
проглотил. Одноклассники твои к нам пришли. Сказали, ты сбежал от них в лес, в самую чащу и...
Maybe something is controlling Anton?
Что это за дрянь ты напялил?
Oh, he was with the mask. I pulled the mask down from my sweaty face and threw it into the heap of toys. Branches cracked in the distance. I pressed myself into my father's chest, engulfed by fear. He started to look around, alerted, and spoke in a tone of voice that was much more nervous.
Пойдем отсюда скорее. Мать узнает, такой
you-
нагоняй нам устроит, мало не покажется.
I reached out for my father, still feeling the chilling embrace of fear. Grabbing his firm hand, felt his quick pulse with my fingertips. Then stood up and moved along behind my father, following his barely discernible footprints, back to civilization, back to light, back to the road where my dad parked his car.
Ни слова, ясно? Ни единого намека, где я тебя нашел.
Да, пап.
He was holding my hand as was the most precious thing in the world, and kept telling me how afraid he is of losing me or Oilia, but it wasn't that sticky, like an animal tongue. Fear. His fear was noble, crystal clear diamond, and I was just nodding reply and kept moving my feet. And then I heard a familiar voice coming from behind me.
Помни, пока ты со мной, никто тебя здесь не тронет.
The car sped toward our house. What? Oh, the garage is real. Oh man. Oh no, it's real. Oh, I didn't click it. Oh man, I could have clicked the garage. Oh, I wanna go back. I really. Oh man. Let's just go to the house and then I go back. I speed up everything, and we can try to click the house. Let's do it now. Actually, let's do it now. I will. Oh man, I went back to the knock part. Really? Let's do it. Doesn't matter. Let's do it. I will fast forward all the talk. And what? The game crashed? Oh no. Okay. Knock and we control this part. Control this again. Let's just control it. Yes, skip. Keep on skipping. Come on, game. We saw this. We don't want this again. It's terrifying. We know this. We know. Scaring as hell. It's a monster. It's bizarre. Okay. Let's go. Almost at the car. Okay. Oh no. Oh, I can't click it. Doesn't matter. Okay. Oh, okay. So he just talked about the building. Let me go back to the backlog. I pressed my cheeks against the window and saw a short pyong among the trees that shone darker than night. The garage was hidden inside the thicket, a metal crypt. It almost felt like it was following us. And gulped down something bitter. Okay, so I think I now go back to the house and... The white snowflake just kept next to the starry sky. Okay, we went back to the house. Okay, so I will save here. We saw everything from here on, I think of 2 or 3 times by now. But man, I did enjoy that. It was actually pretty good. It was pretty nice. So scary, so creepy. I really like this kind of suspense and horror situation where, because of the character that he's without glasses, he can discern if that's real. It's pretty cool. It's pretty neat. I really like that. Well, okay. So, well, let me just put it here for the little chit chat before I end. So I'm really enjoying this game. And I really hope that soon, but actually with quality, like those first 2 episodes that I played, that the developer of this game keep on with the good job. It's actually pretty good. It's pretty nice. The experience is awesome. The atmosphere is pretty good. It's pretty scary. The music is good. Just thanks. Just good thoughts about this game, right? Just good opinions. So I hope it keeps on going this way. There are 5 chapters. We are going to the 3rd chapter when it releases, right? When it releases, and I'll be playing that, of course. So for now, I'll be telling you guys that everyone have a good night, good evening, a good day, and I'll be seeing you guys again on the next stream or on the next video. I'll be just, now that I did everything from Tiny Bunny, I will fix the videos so I can make part 2. It's all of the first experience that I had, and then I will be doing the other one. So I'll be adding to the videos a little bit just so I can make that happen when I put it on YouTube for everybody to watch. So again, thank you for watching. I hope you have a great day, and I'll be see you again under the next moon. See you guys. Bye bye and thank you.